Yeah, I'm just trying to receive a picture from the weather satellite. I've managed to get a lock on for a tiny bit, but and got a few lines of the image, but I've never been able to receive anything more than that. If I'm gonna be able to receive it, it's going to be tonight because it's literally passing straight over the house. The antenna I've got's now got a 30 decibel low noise amplifier on it as well, which should significantly improve things. Although it should be being able to pick something up. And there it is on bloody the speaker wire antenna, which isn't tuned for it for some reason. Well, speaker wire antenna's not tuned for it, but for some reason it's being picked up on the speaker wire, but not on the Scan King, which is where it should be being picked up. That's annoying, that is. The Scan King is, well, the Scan King is a really, it is right in the frequency range. It does 500 kilohertz up to 1.5 gigahertz. And as I said, it's got a 30 decibel low noise amplifier on it, but clearly the speaker wire antenna's working fucking better. That's a wee bit frustrating. Don't get me wrong, as long as something picks it up. But the fact is, I've got a 30 decibel signal to noise, that's 30 decibel amplifier on that. So, well, here we go, it's within the azimuth. And it is, so 10-day prediction, so 1845. It's weird, it looks like speaker wire antenna's picking it up earlier, but Scan King should be stronger. There's that noise spike there, look. That's really frustrating. That just complain of overload, then was. See, that's giving it 82 decibel gain on that. The auto gain is on. And if I flick it over, it drops the gain. Drops the gain to 59. But if I crank it up anymore, it's going to push it into overload, I guess. Yeah, look, it's just pure noise. That's absolutely frustrating. But weirdly enough, the Scan King worked with NOAA 19 better. Oh, I don't know what. Antennas are confusing, man. Like, this antenna should not be receiving it. The other one should be. The Scan King should be the one to receive it. I mean, the fact that I can see it is clearly good. But I mean, if it's going to pick anything up, it's going to be tonight because it's going right over the top of my house, pretty much. Just a bit knocked off why the Scan King's not picking it up. The Scan King should work because I was using it just a minute ago to receive the aircraft beacons. Ah, there we go. The Scan King slowly began it. The only thing I could think of is because the Scan King's a vertical antenna, so straight up. My speaker wire antenna is obviously looped all around the garden. So maybe it just needs the satellite to be in slightly better position for it to pick it up. We turn the knock filters off. I don't think that makes it... Oh god, no, that makes it worse. Here we go. There it is. Coming in now. Hopefully that noise, it's that noise spike there that causes it. So the Scan King is better for handling the noise around the signal that I want. Right, where are you? Heading over the land of France. Here we go. I'll switch to the... Yeah, look, speaker wire antennas not any better, but the Scan King is now really picking it up. So here, it should actually now be a case of the Scan King might be doing its job. As I said, we've got a 30 decibel low noise amplifier down on the mast end now. So this, if it's gonna pick it up ever, it's gonna do it. It's gonna be now, basically. 19 is making a good pass tonight. This is classed as an excellent visible pass. 19 is making a good pass tonight, but 19 has a better transmitter. The only thing I'm I'm a bit concerned about is this is going to be slightly to the west of me, and my antenna is pretty much deaf to the west. Well, I said deaf. It's the house blocks it to the west, you see. Oh, here we go. Here we fucking go. But let me just have a look at FL Digi. Because FL Digi draws. Well, look, see, FL Digi draws it as well, even though it shouldn't be able. I don't know how that's working. Because it's not even outputting the correct noise. But clearly it's working. Let me just up the signal volume to FL Digi, just to see if that's working any better. Here we go. So we're going to be at maximum azimuth in the next 30 seconds. And, yep, as expected. Right, it's now heading over the country. Just skirting to the west, though. I mean, that's loud as fuck, that is. Come on! Get your sync. Go green. Go green, you motherfucker. Go on. Do it. We just try... Yeah, speaker wire antenna ain't doing it now. It's the scan king's the king for this one. Here we go. Here we go. You gonna do it? Right, you're at maximum azimuth. It's got to start doing it now. I don't know what the fuck that's drawing, but... Oh, here we go. Here we go. We've got green. We've got green. We're receiving something now. Ah, we've lost the sync. Does this? That's fucking frustrating, that is. Kind of needed to skirt to the east, and then that'll get me the best. Because the antenna really need... I ain't gonna pay loads of money to get it up on the roof. It's up a tree at the moment in the front garden. Attached to a broom handle. Come on. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There we go. There we go. There's some pictures coming in. There it is. Oh, bloody hell. Go on. Do it, do it, do it. There's more. Oh, it's dropping sync. Oh, typical. It gets it, then it drops it, then it gets it back, then it drops it. Oh, it's well and truly gone. Fuck. Oh, it was worth a shot. This is no better than it was before without the booster on it. But it has gone over to the west. See, it thinks... Where does it think I am? Yeah, so it thinks I'm in Rugby. I'm actually in Northampton. I mean, FL Digi's trying to do something. It looks like that's also trying to pull. See, look, FL Digi is actually drawing what appears to be a weather fax. Left it, because I only discovered that it could do it because I accidentally left it in weather fax mode before. I can receive the HF weather fax, no problems. But, yeah. Damn, we were close. I do tend to receive better from 18 and 19. 19 is having a decent pass at, yeah, look, 8:15 now, and it's going to be to the east. If this is the one I'm going to get, this should be that one, because my antennas point east. South on the old speaker wire antenna, I can pick up things from the east. Fucking as good as if they're being broadcast in England themselves. So Radio Turkey, fuck me, that comes in well strong. 19 is going to be the one, I bet. It's going to be that one. Is it coming up or is it going down? Oh, it looks like it's going down. Look, it's drawing something. Look at it. It's. I mean, FL Digi shouldn't be. I didn't realise. Oh, come on, don't do it. Don't drop out. Ah, it's gone. I should put it on continuous reception mode and see what happens. See, realistically, if you want to receive Noah, well, and I've just seen Moonraker do them now, you kind of need... People make these themselves, but you kind of need... Where is it? Is it not one of these? That's the fucker. 250 fucking quid. And literally all that's optimised for is receiving the weather sat. And that's a quadra... How the fuck do you pronounce it? Quadrophilia helix antenna. Which basically means it's got no polarisation. It's good... It's so antennas either have a horizontal or a vertical polarisation. So speaker wire antenna, because it lays flat across the sky almost, that's horizontal polarisation. Scan King, because it's a vertical, is a vertical polarised antenna. Now, TV signals are broadcast horizontally, which is why you have the TV aerials are those flat things. Whereas, obviously radio signals and all that, like FM broadcast, are vertical, which is why you have a vertical antenna for them. This is neither horizontal or vertical polarized. It's all, and it basically covers for when the satellite starts horizontally and right on the edge of the horizon, and it as it goes up and over, it's sort of, that's why it's that weird freaky shape, because it compensates for the satellite coming onto the horizon and then going over the top and then going back over the horizon the other side. But I am not spending 250 quid just to receive the weather sat. The whole idea is receiving it on something that shouldn't realistically be able to receive it properly. I mean, the Scan King is a good antenna. It's not the best, but it's not the worst either. I mean, so we can say goodbye to Noah for now. 8:15's the next one. I'll probably finish the stream in a minute and then go and grab something to eat and spend a bit of time with the family, and then I'll come back up and do a proper SDR stream like I have done in the past. But if I go look ADSB, this is not a dedicated ADSB antenna, but it does receive pretty well, especially now I've put a fucking amplifier on it. I've got no extra 1090 filters on it, which realistically, if I wanted to optimize it purely for ADSB, I literally you can get all these extra filters and stuff for it. I've got none of that. It literally just, it comes in, and see, I can get contacts on this up to, so I've got 140 nautical miles there, but I have had them as far out as 170 nautical miles. I tend to get them as I can pick the early ones up as they're coming in over sort of Calais region, and then as they head over to us. But as you can see though, this map is a perfect example of how my antenna's faced. So because it's in an east facing front garden and west is blocked by the house, literally, as you can see, it's pretty much deaf to the west. I can pick up stuff to the west, but it's not great. I mean, there you go, that's northwest. And So yeah, I've got a big sort of coverage spot. As you can see, all of them are coming into the east, but like the north and the west, but anything west is pretty much yeah, no go. As I said, if I had the money, I'd pay a geezer to go up on the roof and do it, because I ain't fucking climbing on that roof by myself. I'm the sort of clumsy twat who'd fall through it. I know I haven't got the money to fucking be repairing roofs and shit. So, yeah. But where it is at the moment, up in the tree, it does actually receive quite well, so I can't really complain. And I mean, it's a 50 quid antenna, it weren't even overly expensive. I kind of like the fact that it's up on the tree though, because it means I can get to it easy if I need to modify or mess with it. So like, had I have put it on the roof originally, I wouldn't have been able to go down and put a low noise amplifier in it. That's it, job done. You know, it's on the roof. No, that's all you can do with it. Whereas now it's got the it basically is now attached to the broom handle, which is attached to the tree. 2 meter bit of RG58 down into a the weatherproof box, and then it's got a bias T powered Neuralec Lana LNA on it, 20 megahertz to 4 gigahertz, and then that comes up another 10 meters of RG58, because it needed to be RG58 to get in through the window without having to drill any holes. So RG58 is just thin enough to get in through the window and be able to shut the window on it. So it comes up, goes in through the window, and then it goes through like a little power unit to power the bias T, because the RSP1A's bias T, even though it should have enough power to run the amplifier, strips out the safeties. So yeah, that was a bit annoying, but yeah, it's got a little USB powered circuit board, and then it all goes through the switching into there. But yeah, as you can see, all my antennas, because they're in an east-facing garden, are optimized for the east. Which, to be honest with you, is where all the interesting shit happens on HF and stuff. You know, with the old Russians and the Ukrainians trolling each other and shit. But yeah, like about 140 nautical miles I'm picking up to the east at the moment. Which isn't so bad, to be honest with you. It could be better, it could be worse, but that is a wideband antenna as opposed to a dedicated ADSB antenna, because you can buy actual dedicated ones as well. So yeah, this is the old ADSB all working and shows the antenna positioning. So there we go. We'll just turn that down. I'm going to switch to SDR Connect, because it's easier to change the settings for how much of the spectrum you want to see. So AM.
At 1850,
there you go, got the airband now, and I can now, that's on 8, but put it to 10 and you can see everything.
Dew point QNH1028 Southampton at 1850, wind 260 degrees 6 knots, variable between 230 and 310 degrees, visibility 10 km.
Tango Whiskey, that's copy. Climb flight level 310, be level of beam picks up.
So 310, level beam picks up, right, 9 Tango Whiskey.
Ding ding. Oh yeah, there you go, it all works lovely on the airband.
Rhino 9 Tango Whiskey, with that restriction, free speed.
Free speed, Rhino 9 Tango Whiskey, with the restriction.
Don't know what airport that is. 127 point.
FedEx 5201, good evening, route direct Rockley. When ready, descend flight level 290.
That is... it's been broadcast from Daventry, so it's just up the road. Yeah, 127 is London Air Traffic Control. I've just lost that one. Don't think I'm quite on it. So yeah, we'll try for NOAA 19 later.
About 106. We're happy at 2, we'll come to flight level 370 on G5.
Oh, that noise spike I can't get rid of. Not filters aren't doing it.
1909, climbing flight level 230, heading 055.
Ah, too far out, that's why.
Request level 390, maybe.
I wonder what airport that is. That is 941668. There you go. That's London Control. Sorted. So our airband is working lovely. Yeah, still. It was struggling with HF. For some reason earlier, it was giving me massive like hump of like noise. The noise floor was ridiculously high. But then if I switched to the Scan King and then switched back, the noise floor dropped and it all worked. It seemed like the AGC had got stuck. And it's done that a few times today when it never used to do that. There you go, look, it's bouncing a bit as well. Where was that? It was 7 megahertz. Was that 31 meters? That's 41. Yeah, it's not doing it now. But yeah, like these stations here, these ones, there's a big hump of noise. Was it that one? Yeah, it must have been. Yeah, but it's working now though. Hey, Mikoto music's coming in, that'll do. Right, anyway, what am I looking? Yeah, see, it's all working now, so I don't know what went wrong with it, really. There's a bit of crackle there, that's an electrical noise, I suspect. But I don't think it's related to the amplifier, because I can unplug it and the crackle doesn't go away. Look. Because actually, let me show you something. If I go down to the atomic clock frequency, right, here we go. Watch this. So around here, so I've got the amplifier for the Scan King, the power supply for that, now plugged into the docking station USB port. Because if I connect it directly to the Legion, watch this. Because if I connect the docking station, and hopefully you'll not get. Hopefully I won't lose the picture because obviously there's a monitor connected to it, so bear with me. That's not doing it now. Fuck, typical. No, it's not doing it now. When I plug the amplifier into the USB port, in fact I'll do it just right now, give me a second. If I can. The wires are all set now and in place. Let me just push the Legion back and do it. Oh, it's not doing it now, look. Oh no, yes it is, look, see all that noise there? Look, if I plug it in, if I plug the amplifier for the skanking in to the Legion, yeah, look, you can see it there, look. So that noise there, watch. So if I now unplug it, it pretty much goes. You can still hear it faintly, but it's gone. And if I then plug the amplifier for the skanking into... It's not as bad. It's weird. It's all these fucking switch mode power supplies. If I plug it in, as I said, if I plug it into the Legion... It was worse than this yesterday. I don't know, it seems to have got better. If I plug it into the Legion... Yeah, look, it's quite strong. And there's loads of them, like right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Unplug it, they all go. And then if I plug that back into here... I don't know. Either way, fucking antennas and noise and fun. In all fairness, I don't come down here that much, so it doesn't really make a huge amount of difference. It's only there where I've noticed noise, to be honest with you. But yesterday it was a lot worse. Right. Let me go. And then go. Bloody hell, why are you not centering on... That's better. I've also noticed if you have the little window too wide, it really affects the signal. Look, you can still hear it, but I think it's trying to do too much and it overloads. That's getting worse now though. It's this time of night where this signal... I need to turn continuous mode off. I left it just running, didn't I? Right, clear that. I've actually got the weather fax reception working fucking beautifully now. I've got it. Contrast is spot on. The tilt and all that spot on. But only at certain times of the day. On this frequency, it's starting to get swamped a bit. It's struggling, so that's why you're seeing the graininess there. Let me... I know you're listening to squeals, so let me just... There we go. We'll get rid of that. But yeah, it's all coming in. Yeah, it's weird. Certain signals, though... Watch this, though. If I set this to lower sideband, I can invert the colours. I noticed. If I do this, and then switch it back up. So it's 10, so we go 19 above. If I do that, and get it there, I think. Yeah, look, it inverts the colours. Weather facts in night mode, mate. I think that's pretty nifty. Night mode weather facts. Oh man, how long it fucking takes to receive. We're spoilt nowadays by the modern internet. Right, anyway, what am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Typing with a fucking wrist support is fucking is weird. I don't like it. Ugh. Right, here we go. Nah, wank, that's the wrong hand for that, mate. Nah, it was chainsawing up the garden a month ago. It's just not got better. It felt like it was getting better about a week ago. It didn't feel as bad. And then yesterday I tried playing the bass and it just was agony within one song. Oh, does it? Only because I saw either a nurse or an healthcare assistant today. It's been painful again for a little while. And she did have a look and she did say, yeah, it is swollen still compared to my other wrist. I was like, oh, okay. I must have sprained it when I was using the chainsaw a month ago. And it's just where I've been at work and pumping out water meter chambers and shit. It's just not had a chance to heal. So I need to take ibuprofen and shit, and gonna wear the support for a few days, and hopefully that'll sort it. Well, she did say it could be an RSI, so it could be that RSI. I say, not fucking RSA. Yes. Oh, night mode weather facts. I might leave it in night mode and just look and see. This frequency isn't the best now. That's why Northwood switches over to 26, 18.5, I think. What am I gonna do? I need to go and partake in food of some kind. This is old Pinberg giving the old weather forecast. Lots of weather out there. Here we go. Clear that. Yeah, see, that's working. KHP. Oh, maybe not. It's broken. It's broken. Oh, that's why. It doesn't need to be that wide. There we go. Yeah. I might get a Malahite. Hopefully I can convince the wife to let me do a pay-in free on it. At fucking 80 quid a month. Yeah, I can do. I can do. Especially if I get the old fucking MWH30 antenna. In fact, we have, was it the MWH30? I'm sure it was. MWA30. There it goes, the MWA30. You can't buy them though from like any proper shops. You have to buy them from this dude, SV2CZF, whatever that is. Listen in pounds though, I think. So look, 10 kilohertz to 30 megahertz, no tune, very high gain. That's what that guy had in the back of the car in that video. Oh, it's in euros, so he's in Europe. So he's got oh god, I don't want to buy it now. God, the wife would absolutely rip my testicles off. But he's got a few, look. He's got the MWA 30, which is that thing, which you can obviously mount directly onto a thing. E-field amplified antenna, so I don't know. There you go. So you don't use it in the house. It'll fucking get lots of noise and shit. Yeah, there you go. And then so that's the rechargeable one. But he has, if I look, where is it? MWE just runs off on a 9-volt battery. So look, 9-volt, fucking just runs off 9-volt batteries. Same kind of dealio. But that's what that dude's YouTube video had, that 4-minute one where he just showed the Malahite in the car cradle with that antenna attached to the back of the car. It was one of those. What's that? Magic whip. Oh, right, it's one of. Oh, okay. There you go. So that's sort of. Yeah. So yeah, just random an antenna guy. Oh, Pimburger's doing its thing in the background. High performance HF antenna. Ooh. There you go. Look, if I can attach it to the house, look. 12-volt power. There you go. Get that up the tree. Yeah, fair that. See, the one thing what I liked the look of about the Hack RF and Porter pack was it's got the ADS-B decoder built into it, and you can see the little aeroplanes on the map. Obviously, only one at a time, but you can see them on the map. So that's, I thought that was pretty cool. And the POXAG decoder built in, but POXAG is the same whether I'm sat in a house or whether I'm sat in a forest somewhere. It's going to work. It's going to be the same messages regardless, so that's not too much of a bother. But yeah, from what I've been reading, the Hack RF is pretty death down at HF. I was like, ah, crap. I wanted to. I'd sit there and use because I want something basically, which is like this, but small, little waterfall. See the signals coming in, tune them in, job done. Anyway, we're not missed the Noah yet. That's 8:15, isn't it? We're gonna have another go at that. Let's go and have a listen to see if I can find the old Irish guys down at 160. Oh, hello. Let me give you audio back. Oh. That's quite a strong signal, that one is.
Well, when you said we're about the same size, somebody said it's about, I heard somebody say it was about the mouse, the same or something.
Oh, possibly, yes. We're about the size of Putin.
Ah, fair that. Me, I'm just a listener.
It's a funny thing that's happened to that fella, but...
Are you going to get your licence, are you? Or have you already got it and you're not told me?
They've all jumped in and said that Putin's done him in, but it could have collapsed, you know, without him doing it, because because he was at death's door when they poisoned him, didn't he? And when he'd have been dead, then well, you never know with that Novichok or whatever they did inside.
Oh, they're talking about Putin here.
They sorted him out in Germany, but it could have winged his heart or something without knowing it.
Ah, fair that. So like that, people unlocking their cars. You're going to be like, yep, I'm going to do that, and then fucking rob their car.
They all shout. I'll tell you what gets me. What about the, you know, good God, them bloody hooties have blown up a bloody British registered ship in what's his name?
Red Sea, mate.
In Gulf there. You know, good God, what the bloody wrong with this country? If this had have happened in Queen Victoria's time, there'd have been half a dozen bloody gunboats down there by now.
Correct. Yes, I don't know what the...
These old guys are calling for war. They've shot one of our ships. We need to get the gunboats down there. Fucking, if it was Queen Victoria's time, we'd have fucking had gunboats there fucking killing the fucking Houthis. What are we doing? Why are we fucking dilly-dallying? We need to go kill them. That's what he's saying. Right, 1933. Remember that frequency. 1933. Because Uno has the noise canceller on it, which is pretty good. I say pretty good. It's fucking very good. So 1933, which is there. Oh, it's not that.
We'll see what happens. But, I don't know.
So that noise reduction works really well. That's supposedly what the Malahite's got, which is what I really want. Something with a good noise reduction engine in it.
Anyhow, Tony, good to hear you. You're a good signal.
Well, not running out special, only a few watts, right, you know, and let's have a look.
That's it, mate, that's it. Get them to fucking war, mate. I'm too old for war. And they wouldn't send me anyway. Well, actually, no, they might send me. Because so I get to get dosed up on speed, but... Speed was developed to give soldiers an edge, so, you know. Because it was used extensively in World War II. Yeah, that's it, mate, that's it.
They were chasing it, and I just went in and called that station in French Guiana, right? And then there's another one I got as well, but I forgot it, but it was right down the Pacific, and I forget. That many, I forgot what I was doing.
Yeah, well, you you upset Welsh David, you know.
Oh, you don't want to upset Welsh David, mate. I've heard he'll fucking kick your ass. They send the sheep after you.
With one post up and no phrases and yet better signal.
Don't mention that. For God's sake. It were just him about doing 3 or 4 other
Signal to noise ratio 20 decibel without the notch filter on.
And there's some bugger from Preston come up with a half track and blew them all out of water.
Gotta keep it. I don't hear much from Johnny.
Nah, notch filter on works better.
He doesn't come on and talk, does he?
No, I haven't seen it. He said it once or twice. I had an email and he said...
And if I switch to the scan king, which should be able to do shortwave, I'll barely pick this up. Although, it's gone and proved me wrong now, hasn't it? I guess that's what a 30 decibel low noise amplifier, which, again, this is out of the frequency response for it. Oh no, you can barely hear the other guy. There you go. That switching, being able to A-B it, is fucking great. I need to go and eat something. In fact, that's probably the wife texting me now. I notice you. Ah.
But it's not in me. Because I'm a friendly bloke. I'm not unfriendly. Anyhow, Tony.
Oh, nice. Nice.
So much for all that. We'd like to see him on talking. I'd like to see people talking. I can't be kidded. I've got to have the real thing.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. I don't mind too many once, but there's nobody going to take Mickey out to me 3 bloody times.
It's not one on AliExpress might have a speaker built into it then. That's a bit bonkers.
If you hadn't switched that power on just to keep looking to see if everything was all right and the rig had not...
At least AliExpress comes with Mayhem 2.0 though. And that SDR lab.
Oh no, I thought I heard somebody else for a second, for a minute, and then nothing else.
Well, he's not hearing me, is he?
You've got one crystal in this rig, I've told you that before. It's a crystal control rig. It's on 1933. And
Yeah, it's got a speaker in it, the one you linked, the originally... Yeah, no, it's whether it can be updated. Like the Malachites, certain Chinese clones don't take the firmware. So you have to be careful with it. The one you linked on AliExpress, the cheaper one, actually comes with 2.0 and, according to the AliExpress guys, are recommended by the guys who make the Mayhem firmware. They're one of the recommended suppliers. But according to the AliExpress listing for the one you sent earlier, the cheaper one, the 115 quid one, it does have a speaker built into it with a sound pressure level of 89 plus or minus 3 decibels. So there you go.
I'll tell you what I'm a bit worried about, if he could just gone off altogether, is Ken. I heard a rumour that he wasn't too good or something.
Ah, fair that. I mean, maybe I should just get both, a Malachite and a fucking hack RF. How many fucking SDRs does one geezer need? Oh, hello, what's going on up here? 80 metre band will be quite... There we go. The 80 metre band will be well active tonight.
For Germany, and you want to operate in those countries, they want to be satisfied that you're at a particular standard. So I can understand that. But one of the things I have said to
Fair
them,
that.
I think there's some basic flaws in these exams. And the two basic things is operating procedure, because you can get a license, tick the boxes and do all the homework and get the right answers. But the actual operating procedure comes through just use and experience. I mean, before I went on the air, I was a very keen shortwave listener for a number of years, so I had a good idea what it was all about. And I was
see,
also saying
maybe I should be
about,
SDR listener for years and then get my
safety
license.
aspects, you know, putting aerials up, ropes and wires and supports and brackets and things like that. You know, basic, what I would call basic understanding. You know, connections and how to weatherproof them, and you know, simple questions that you should be able to undertake without too much of a problem.
Self-amalgamating tape,
I
that's
had
how
a
you
very
weatherproof
practical
shit.
upbringing, and I was an apprentice electrical fitter before I transferred to student apprentice, and went down the engineering route. But the apprenticeship and the things that you learn from basics from some really good tradesmen, I think
I don't know what my
sets
local
your
repeater is.
store
Let me
out
get
for
that
the rest
again.
of your life. And you know, that sort of thing's always done me particularly well. Anyway, I just think that one or two things in the questions for exams don't necessarily need to be all electronics based. I feel that there's a bit of, I mean, most of the practical stuff I get tangled up in is,
so
you know, station layout,
144.825.
obviously, and, putting up aerials and wires and all the usual hardware that you need to keep.
I don't think I'm going to have anything there.
Well, that's enough from me.
So
I'll let
that's
you get away. Regards to you and your XY.
Yeah, look. 144.825, nothing. There's nothing on. I can't even pick up the announcement beacon. Because didn't you say these local repeaters meant to put a beacon out or something? So 430.95. That's 70 centimetres, isn't it? Okay, not 70 centimetre. 430950. Yeah, look, nothing there either. And I'm on the skanking as well. So look, yeah, nothing there. 433.637. Completely dead where I am. Not even a fucking an announcement beacon to let you know it's there. 439.637. Yeah, nothing. See where I am, there's nobody. We've got an amateur radio club, but nobody uses anything, look. So it's kind of, as I said, it's dead where I am. Oh, off air, look, but. So 433.637. And it is a bit, oh no, where's that? Tell you what, that's not far away. Where's that? Oh, Broadmead Avenue, that's literally about a mile away. If I can't receive that with a fucking skanking antenna and a 30 decibel fucking... and a 30 decibel fucking LNA on it, Yeah. So that is 433.637. There's nothing there though. Yeah, look. My local repeater is just literally nothing. I get very little round here, to be honest with you. If I drop it down, yeah, nothing. That's just a tiny chunk of noise as the gain controls are trying to do anything. But yeah, nothing. Look, nothing. My local repeaters are dead, mate. Northampton are like, fuck that. We can't be bothered with fucking radio shit. So let's drop to the ham lower, turn the squelch off, go 80, listen to the old geezers again. Oh. And then go from Scan King to speaker wire antenna. Oh. As I said, I heard the Northampton guys on fucking shortwave last week. Yeah, you get fucking stuff going on. I don't get nothing of that, mate. You've just seen, I've checked all my local repeaters. Nothing. Ah, but this sounds like an American accent. No, it isn't. Oh, no, it's Dutch. I only had one earphone on. I thought, is that an American accent? It sounded like he was speaking in English, but no.
Ja, Roger Jan, geen probleem. Ja, nou ja, goed, er zijn liefhebbers.
And where's my Irish guys? They're up here normally. No, are they there? I thought there were 3... Is it 377 maybe? Maybe not.
Das mache ich mit euch takt ungern. Wir versuchen das jetzt erstmal so mit bekannten Worten.
Yeah, what the local old geezers are chatting about, mate. Right, I might have to knock this stream on the head because I've gone longer than I was expecting. I will come back online for Noah 19 in half hour. Noah 19 is going to make a good pass. And it's to the east. If I'm going to receive anything off this satellite, it's going to be there. It's got to be. Right, so I need to go... Do you know what? Can I change the title?
The feeder goes straight out of the tuner, about 70 foot, the 450 old wire line, over it. But it runs up the side of the garage in the potting shed, it goes over a cherry tree, or a cherry blossom.
There you go. Hopefully this will just allow me to update, because what I might do, I might mute the microphone, turn the camera off, and then
It's okay for top van, it's a bit short
leave
for top
the
van.
aeroplanes. Ah, no, because then people might, if people do chat, then they're going to expect me to be here, aren't they?
Absolutely brilliant, and the tent sounds absolutely great.
I think I've got to knock this stream on.
Oscar Juliet Echo,
Yeah.
20
Did them titles just update on both Twitch and YouTube if I did that? Because I'm gonna just so I'm gonna go. I know what I can do. No, I'm gonna leave the aeroplanes up. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna leave the aeroplanes up, and I'm just gonna put a little "be right back" notice on the screen. There we go. Then you can watch the aeroplanes circle around my house. The amazing thing is, those ADS-B beacons that they put out are so fucking powerful. The other night, I disconnected my antennas, and I still picked up 5 aeroplanes with no antennas connected. Bear in mind, the SDR's inside the house, and yeah, no antennas connected, and it still worked. So, yeah. Only 5, but it's still got them. I was like, fucking hell, they must be platting out fucking loads of signal. Right. Are we on? How many have I got? 60. Oh, not as good a range as normal. I am on the Scan King. Oh, no, there's one at 146. There we go. It's just coming in over the land of the frogs. I can't say that. That's racialist. The French know we're only messing. Or do they? You'll never know. Oh, look, Israel. Israeli Airlines, they'll have all the Free Palestine protesters around that soon. Can't be having that coming into the country. Whoa, what's that all about? Right, anyway. Yeah, so you can watch the aeroplanes circling around. So bear with me 1 second. So if I hide that, and then add a text. Typing for wrist support is a nightmare. Dang it. My typing is not the best. Do 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 do. And then if I do this, that'll do. And then just move that there. That looks alright, doesn't it? Pop it is. Oi, don't you fucking attack my legs, you little shit. No, what are you doing? Oh, you stinky cat. I love you, you fart bum. Right, well, anyway, what am I doing? Select font. There we go. Let's go for a bigger size. 72. Yeah, that'll do. That's big enough. And then if I shrink that down. Yeah, look, there we go. That'll do. Now people can see. And then when I come back, I do that and that. Yay, look. And then I drop that and that. Yeah, that works. That works. Yeah, it is a shame, mate. It is a shame. So, yeah. What I'll do, let me clear out FL Digi, clear that. And, yeah. I'm going to go. I'll be back in about 20 minutes, I hope. So, yeah. And then we'll be going ready for Noah. Right. Get rid of the camera. There we go. And see you in a minute. Bye. Right, I'm sort of back, but I'm not. I'm gonna have to eat my dinner at the desk, so ain't nobody want to hear me troughing, and nobody wants to see that. So I am going to get tuned into Noah 19. I've got to eat some dinner. I'll text Skaz, let him know I'm back if he's not watching anymore. And then I will, yes, get that sorted. Right, so we want app, load plugins. We want Noah 19, 137.1. Get that started. The FL Digi set to weatherfax mode. I don't know if it'll pick fuck all up, but it was doing something earlier, so it'd be interesting to see. Whoa. What the fuck is that? My antenna setup's weird. There you go, that's better. Don't get all sorts of weird noise. Yeah, no, that's better. There we go. There we go. Right. So we get Noah 19's pass up. So it'll start at 20:06, so in 2 minutes time. There we go. So I was right to come back to the desk. So again, as this one, oh, it's not Libya this time, it's Algeria it's going to go over. So as it pops over the top of Algeria and heads to the Med, that's when we'll start picking it up. Right. Bear with me a second. I'm going to mute the microphone. Might get a little pop because I'm going to do it with a switch on my ear. And then I can eat, and then you don't have to hear blom, 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 blom. Right, so the pass should start any second now. There we go, we're starting to get it. Starting to get it. Also, it's weird because on NOAA 15, speaker wire antenna was getting it a lot stronger for a lot longer before the skanking even picked it up. But I assume that's because it was to the west. Skanking appears to be working quite well now with it to the east. Oh, FL Diddley really does think it can find something. So I stuck it on continuous reception mode so it doesn't keep dumping it, keep trying to save it when it loses the signal. So I've left it there for now. FL Diddley is definitely finding something. I'd say that should hopefully lock on any second and go green. No way is speaker wire antenna doing a much better job than the fucking Scan King. That blows my mind. Alright, switch back to the Scan King now. Oh no! That sucks. bear with me a second. I'm just going to take my bowl down and, yeah, I'll be back in a second. Oh, come on, camera, load up. So, that was disappointing. I honestly thought we'd get it tonight. That being said, I don't know if the automatic gain has been fucked on my SDR because I'd left it on the ADSB earlier today, and one of the cats had gone and climbed all over the fucking laptop and shit, and messed with the SDR software and knocked it to a completely different frequency. And I come upstairs and it was bitching about overloading. Scaz sending me videos of him with his local repeater. But he's also got yeah, Scaz has got a little handheld radio, but he's like, I need to be careful not to fucking accidentally fucking press to transmit. Oh yeah, you don't want to be doing that. You ain't got no fucking license, mate. Ofcom will be around and fucking raping your ass with the fucking giant fucking antenna of doom. Ofcom. Right. Anyway, let's see what we can find to listen to again. I want to see. One day I am going to get SSTV to decode as well, but let's see. Oh. Right, now switch from the Scan King. There we go. Nudge the gain down slightly. Overloading it. That's some... Wait a minute. I have an FT8 decoder. Let's see what this is going to say. I wonder if I'm going to have to change sideband, maybe. Ah, there we go. The FT8 maps up. Ooh. See, see, I don't get the point of FT8. It's, from what I can see, you just get all the call signs popping up, which is okay, it's cool. But it just says standard message, standard message. There's no actual message at all. CQ Motec J001 England DO6NF F5RAV JN09 CQDB1 back JO43 Germany. See, there's not actually any message. It's not like, hey, how's it going? What's the weather like? All that shit. It's just, it looks like FTA seems to be just like an automatic CQ thing. Hey, we're here. And it almost looks like that's what the amateur radio guys just leave running when they're not at a desk. Just let's see, let the old fucking what's it called, FT8 run, and then it just automatically logs who they're contacted. That's maybe that's exactly what it is. I don't know. I mean, what's that? Moscow? LY to BBF. Oh, now we got this, so we can have a look. LY to BBF. Ah, it's Lithuania, innit? Ah, there we go. Not far enough over from Moscow. So if we now have a look at, that'd be Ukraine, UR4QFP. Oh, there you go. Oh, that antenna looks like it's been beaten up by fucking Putin. I'm hearing a voice coming under this FT8 as well. I know it's probably the wind that's done that, but I joke. It's Putin. Putin's fucked his mast up. It's the old upside down. What? It's the old washing line, isn't it? That. I am actually tempted to take all the standard string out of the washing line and fucking put a load of speaker wire in it. Make it an actual antenna. So there, it may as well be used. What are those called? There's a specific name for those washing line antennas. OH6 FSO. Finland. So FT8, FT4. What's the difference between FT8 and FT4? Just the amount of data we can get in it? ES5QA. That's gotta be. That's gonna be Estonia, isn't it? I keep forgetting that there's countries between Russia and like Germany. Europe. IS0KNG. Sardinia. Oh, yeah. Ah, geez, he's a fucking old geezer, isn't he? Oh. Ah, look at that equipment he's got. Fucking hell. That's loads. Thing is, each one of those I bet is worth a minimum of £1,000. Don't know how much the old things are worth. Probably even more because they're vintage. People go mad for vintage shit, but I mean, that's a lot of money's worth of equipment there. A lot of effort has gone into this shack. Here's me sitting there with a little fucking SDR, a couple of antennas and a switch box. And yeah. Let's have a look. IT9 ILM. Looks pleasant, but probably overrun by African immigrants at the moment, isn't it, that? If our news is anything to be believed. Oh man, look at all those antennas. Man, that's a beefy fucking antenna. Do you see the rest? Nah, you just see the map of them popping up. Oh, no, that was a bit of a noise. LY2 BBF, I think we looked at him. LY2 BBF. I did look. UW5KW. UW5KW. What country would that be? Oh, Ukraine. Fuck, does Ukraine go all the way up that top bit? I didn't realise that was. Ah, translate it from Russian. What's a delta loop? Is that where you got the loop within a loop? Oh, Jesus. There's wires. How do you fucking put them up then? Oh! Oh, so that goes all the way down and then across and around the garden then? Does it? Okay. Oh, why? Damn it! Just show me it in a big picture. Ah, okay, that makes sense. So yeah, mine were. I had a triangle-shaped antenna, but it weren't a delta loop like that. It was just it went round the garden too many times. Ah, okay, yeah. So you kind of need the feed to be away from the house. So in my case, I would have to put the feed dangling across where it goes from one tree to the other, and then bring them both back up to the house as a point. Ah. But they're all tuned for specific bands, aren't they? As opposed to as opposed to just a random wire, what seems to pick up well on most bands. Tell you what, speaker wire antenna Mark 7 that I've got there, it works exceptionally well. I can't get over how good it's been. I've experimented, as you can see, given the fact that it's Mark 7, and the fact is, it works really well. Oh, RW6ASY. Ah, there you go, Russia. Nobody on there. So this FTA I'm picking up from all the way down to Ukraine, bottom of Russia. Ah, that's not bad at all, that. Do you, Ian, sorry. So what, can I ask, what is the point of FTA? Obviously, as you seem to be up on like the antennas and stuff. Am I right in believing that FTA is just an automatic CQ system? You program it and it just does it for you. So, because I'm looking at this decoder that I've got now, I see messages coming in. I just see call signs, standard message, CQ DL9, and it just seems to. There's no actual message. There's no like, "Hey, how's it going?" sort of thing. It is just like literally CQ, a call sign, and then a code afterwards. Ah, so this is all a bit like one of those automatic, a bit like one of those competitions where they have the CQ competition, and they're constantly asking for CQ. Then you hear people talking back to them. They log it, go yeah 5-9, and then move on. The next person comes, chats to them, yeah 5-9, move on, and then they're obviously putting in their logbook or whatever. Is this basically the automatic version of that? This squeal is basically just everyone's CQs going out. So say I was here and say I had a license and I was transmitting FTA, I'd just have my call sign would go out, and then whatever I receive, it'd log for me. Ah. So I guess a radio amateur would probably do this as on one antenna. He'll have because obviously all these pictures I see on QRZ, you see an entire radio shack with like fucking 20 bits of equipment or whatever. I assume the amateur guy would have an FT8 transmitter just sit there ticking away in the background while he's on another frequency on another antenna, just chatting away the old-fashioned style. Yeah, so basically a bit like what I've got up on the screen here, the map just showing all the contacts that I'm picking up. That's pretty cool, actually. I quite like that. So I've just got the European map up, so I can see loads from Germany, got Poland, Italy. Ah, that makes sense. Well, I guess the fact that I'm picking up from Russia and Ukraine suggests to me that my speaker wire antenna is pretty. In all fairness, the speaker wire antenna picks up from the southeast amazingly well. As I said, Radio Turkey, when that broadcasts over here, I can get that as strong as 5 Live, which is actually broadcast in the UK. So it actually complains I have to turn the gain down. It's that strong when it comes in. But yeah, anything for the southeast picks up bloody well on my antenna. Ah, yeah, that's interesting, this FT8 stuff. That's pretty cool. So I've literally just got a waterfall here. You can't see the second of the screen that I've got up because I've just got the capture up. But I can just see a waterfall and all of the little call signs just coming down on the waterfall, which looks pretty cool. Yeah, Radio China, mate. Give me a second. Radio China comes in ridiculous. So, obviously, we've got one here. That's the one from Wooferton, that is. So, that's with... There you go, overload if I do that. But that's with... that's the one from Wooferton being aimed towards Germany. I can pick... Obviously, that's ridiculously strong. But if I go look for the broadcast bands... Oh, Brother Stare comes in from Sofia. He's quite strong when you haven't got a Korean radio station coming in on top of him. Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, look at that. There's your radio. Which one are you? 5980. What's this? Yeah, that's Voice of Turkey. There you go. Let me get it. There you go. Synchronous AM works. Lovely. But look, Voice of Turkey comes in ridiculously strong. Anything from the Balkans region, for me, is pretty good. I can get down from... I can pick up the old shortwave stations from Madagascar as well. Drop it to 8 there. But yeah, look, just peaking up to like 40 signal to noise ratio on that. This doesn't sound like Turkish music I've ever heard. This sounds like Turkish fusion with Jamaican fucking dancehall almost. It waves a bit, it sort of fades in and out, but for the most part, yeah, it's really good signal strength. And that one is, yeah, Voice of Turkey, and that is, what are we looking at? We are looking at 2,000 kilometers away. Dang it. I wish the tooltip would come up where I can see it. 3,000 kilometers away. Ah, sorry. I muted it. I muted it for the FT8. My mate who watches my streams, he basically said whenever I listened to digital mode, it was quite grating on his ears. So I thought, yeah, I can understand that. I'll mute that when I'm doing digital mode noise. I forgot to unmute it. Because to be honest with you, when I first saw FT8, when you first hear FT8, I just thought that was noise. I thought, it's fucking some power supply or something that's fucking doing it. But actually, yeah, it was only a little while later that I actually realised it was an actual digital mode that can be decoded. But yeah, that's Voice of Turkey. That's redonkulously strong there. That's a Brother Stare at the moment. He's got another 10 minutes. And this is how sad I am. I've learnt the schedule. So you got the Mentalist God Botherer down here on 5900. But there's also a Korean radio station that broadcasts at the same time until 2057. So I'm currently getting the Overcomer from Sofia. I'm also... Oh no, it's Taiwanese. It's being broadcast from Taiwan, I think. But it's in Korean. But you kind of get both of them together until 2057. See, that's a really strong signal according to my signal and noise meter, but it's not audible. I wonder if it's being jammed. Sometimes the audio gain has a bit of trouble. It's not decoded. Well, it is decoded. I can hear it, but it's not. Ah, there's me Koto music. 6020. That's PBS, isn't it? And I'm trying to enter international. But yeah, as I said, to the south and to the east, the antenna works fantastic.
Les Russes et les étrangers vivant de ce côté de la voie ferrée et les Chinois qui vivaient de ce côté.
I mean, they're all coming in, what's that? 10 over 9? I mean, this one's... There's more China radio there. Ah, that's cool, that's cool. So, I actually tried with multiple different lengths of wire. As I said, Mark 7A ended up being the sweet spot. At one point I had 50 meters, but because I haven't got a straight line, it sort of went down to the tree, across, back up to the house, down through another tree, across to another tree, and it was great. That thing was fucking really sensitive, but it kept getting caught up in the trees when the wind blew. So this one now is half the length, well, just under half, and it works fantastic, but it goes down like a letter Z. And it, as I said, if you were here earlier, it was picking up the NOAA 15 satellite better than my scanner antenna that's actually designed to pick up, you know, the signals where NOAA is. It blows my mind how good that little antenna actually is.
Strategy does not lead to the desiccation of the enemy's capital city.
As I said, it was just the new electric ballon, which is in Unum mode, just worked really well. It is. Oh, I couldn't believe how it actually picks up. Don't get locked for long, but I can get a lock with it. I can pick up the pager frequencies on 153 as well. Even, you know, sometimes, not so much now I've got the booster on the Skanking, but if I go to, wait a second, 153025, there your pager frequencies. If I do FM, narrow, and 15. So this is just on the speaker wire, and the POXAG decoder will happily pick that up and decode that all day, every day. And up until I got the LNA on the Skanking antenna, it actually worked better on the speaker wire than it did on the actual antenna that's meant to be for that frequency range. Obviously, if I switch to this Skanking, oh, let me turn the notch filter on. But if I now turn the Skanking on, Skanking's now better because it's now got the LNA on it. But up until I got the LNA, yeah, this was better on the speaker wire than it was on the actual antenna. That threw me off. So you got the 025 there, and the 350 is also a pageless signal there. The only thing I've not picked up yet, and I keep missing it because it's like it keeps passing at like 6 o'clock in the morning, is the International Space Station. I really want to pick that fucker up, but I can't. I always miss it because I'm in bed or at work. There you go, the old signal from that's coming lovely now. If I go back to the old speaker wire, the old things like the old Russian buzzer now come in ridiculously strong. One where it complains of overload. I've had that even stronger than that. I've had that with like a 20 decibel signal to noise ratio at some point. Actually, there we go. Complaining of overload at the moment. I'll try that. Turn down. The old Ukrainians troll that on a Saturday evening. I've noticed that's when it tends to happen. I'll tell you what I did find amazing is the ADSB beacons. I picked those up with no antenna attached at all. I picked up only 5, but I still picked them up right above, sort of above near where I lived. But yeah, I picked up 5 aeroplanes with no antenna. I mean, the speaker wire will still pick up quite a bit. If I go on the ADSB, speaker wire's still got a fair bit of range on it. It don't look like it has, but if I now bring up the old virtual radar, again, it's more to the east, but what's that? 67 nautical miles? Again, that's what 1 gigahertz on an antenna that should not be doing it. I mean, there you go. Look, 78 miles there. It has said speaker wire antenna Mark 7A is really sort of, yeah, all the experimentation I did with that, and I've got it just set just lovely, actually. I think I'm not going to get any kind of better performance out of a speaker wire antenna, and the fact that it's got such a wide band of coverage, all the way from sub long wave, you know, where all the time frequencies live, all the way up to, you know, well, ADSB sort of frequencies is impressive. I mean, obviously, if I switch over to the Scan King, it's going to really vastly populate. But the fact is, there you go. I've got 2 at 75, 2 at 60, what, 3 at 60. And yeah, it works quite well. You can tell that this in an east-facing garden, though. Even the Scan King, if I switch over to that, that should now jump up. You'll see the amount, it'll really jump up now. I can get up to about 170 nautical miles with Scan King on a good. There you go, 160. I'm just getting over Calais now, but yeah, there you go. That's for the Scan King. But on a speaker wire to get 70 nautical miles is, yeah, I'm pretty flabbergasted by that. That's what got me into it. Because I only really started SDR so I could mess with shortwave, and then I accidentally discovered NOAA with the speaker wire antenna, and I was like, no. I actually went and bought the Scan King SE 1500 in the attempt to see if I could receive NOAA better. And it turns out with NOAA 15 earlier, I was picking it up on the speaker wire before I was picking it up on the Scan King. Ultimately, the Scan King did get it stronger when the satellite was a bit closer, but yeah, the speaker wire picked it up before the Scan King. It's like, as I said, it just blows my mind. I mean, this is, there you go, 174 nautical miles. It's that one there. That is with the Scan King SE 1500 wideband vertical, with a newer LEC on it. Realistically, if I could get up there, I would stick it on the roof, and then that should give me the west coverage as well. But the house kind of blocks the west at the moment. As you can see, everything is all east orientated, because that's where the bedroom window is. So, you know. So I haven't done anything fancy. There's no holes drilled in the house or anything. Literally, the cables run out the bedroom window and then go up to a hook in the soffit and then down to trees and stuff. I mean, the speaker wire antenna, well, no, the Scan King, and it's got a little weatherproof box on it now, but the Scan King is pretty ghetto. If I show you, Scan King is up a tree. Basically, it's up a broom handle, up a tree, and then the cable just goes up to my bedroom window. Now there's a little weatherproof box at the bottom of that with a low noise amplifier on it. Sometimes, mate, the simplest option is the best option. But yeah, if you look there, you've got, that's, you see speaker wire antenna Mark 7A coming down. Sort of, and I made sure I kept it away from the actual tree itself. So I put like a little link of cable ties on. So it goes into through a link of cable ties across, that's a 45-degree angle. So it sort of comes back towards the house a little bit as it goes across the garden to another link of cable ties there. And then it goes down to this weird dead tree at the end of the garden. You can't clearly see it, but where did it go? Yeah, you kind of pictures of a bass guitar. I was using that when I set up the stream before. But yeah, so it goes to that tree at the end. There's a link of cable ties. So yeah, it comes down. Speaker wire antenna comes down as a letter Z. So my house is pretty much due. That house there is exactly east, so it comes from the top of the house and just slightly goes northeast, and then back to well, east northeast, then it sort of goes west southwest, and then it goes yeah, to the tree there, east northeast. So that's why I get such good coverage to the east, because the house and pretty much everything blocks it to the west. But I'm very lucky where I live, in the fact that even though it's simply up a little tree like that, I live set up off the road. So the road at the end of that garden is a sheer drop of about, wow, how far is it down to the road? It's about 10 foot down to the, so yeah, it's about 2.5 meters, I'd say, down to the footpath. And then the road itself is another meter down. So it's about 3.5 meters, 3.5 meters up off the road. As you can see, the top of the electric pole isn't that far above my garden. And and then obviously the houses go up on the other side. So I'm kind of lucky that, you know, where I'm set up, I get quite, you know, I've got quite a bit of coverage. If I was in like a built up like housing estate or whatever, my ghetto antenna rig just would not work at all. But if you go north, so behind that couple of houses there is just complete open fields for ages. To another housing estate a little bit further on, but there's a big open field behind those houses there. Behind my house is a massive open field, but also slopes down as well. So my house, again, is right up. So the field at the back of my house, if you were to walk along it, eventually slopes downwards. And then north, if you were to drive, well, walk 2 minutes to the end of my road, after about, is it 20 houses, it just opens up to complete fields to the next village along. So I've got fields pretty much 3 directions. The south, so that realistically it's the west and the south that are blocked on mine, which if you look at the aeroplane map, lines up almost perfect with what I'm seeing there. So, yeah, because the house blocks the exact west, and then the south is where the village is. So, yeah, that's why that bit is pretty blank on mine. But I think for where it is just stuck up a tree, it actually works fantastically well. You couldn't want any better than that, really. Ah, yes, yeah. I'm quite lucky because I said I'm right on the edge of town, so I am quite. It's weird. I'm close enough to almost be. I am technically a separate village, but effectively you could class me as a suburb of Northampton. I'm sort of about 5 minutes outside of Northampton. And, yeah, about 5 minutes outside of Northampton and about 15 minutes from Kettering. But yeah, it's all pretty much open fields all around me.
Et de rejoindre le programme gouvernemental de la réforme des établissements médicaux.
If I show you my noise floor, so if I go ham lower, 160, pretty quiet at the moment, there is something there. There you go, if I turn the notch filter on, I lose everything. Oh no, wait a minute. No, I don't. So if I turn the notch filter on for medium wave, I get quite a nice low noise floor for the... Because the 160 band was quite a high noise floor before, till I learned how notches worked. There is one band I do have a high noise floor on. You got 160 there. 80's not too. 80's pretty good. In fact, there's loads of activity on the 80 at the moment. I have to turn the gain down. There's too much activity. And I've got no LNA on the speaker wire antenna. LNA is only on the skanking. But there is one band. Where is it? So if I go to the Russian buzzer, that my noise floor is quite high on that. As you can see, if I tune to an empty area, you're looking at what, S7. So noise floor around there's a little higher. It sort of has a bit of a peak there. But the issue I have, and it's frustrating, is if I go to the 20-meter band, it's just noise spikes galore. This is where I start getting them. Every, what's that? 14009. Every 30. And yeah. Every 30. And it isn't anything in my house because I've turned in. I've flicked.
I guess it could have been worse because this time of the year we used to see -20, -30.
We're getting an American guy.
40, so I guess we can't complain too bad, over.
It is oddly regular, and I get that quite from about here upwards.
Tango, K2TRD. Well, Amir, God bless from my family to yours. Thank you for coming back from the Holy Land into upstate New York. And,
oh, there we go, upstate New York.
73.
So for an antenna that's in an east-facing garden, picking up the west stronger than I'm getting the... Fucking no wonder I'm picking him up. Well, look at the fucking antenna rig he's got.
Yeah, everything is good here. You know, I hear you always, you know, it's 90 plus here in Connecticut too.
Where is
much
he?
Pick up my call today.
Okay.
Shalom, shalom.
Connecticut. There we go. But yeah, from 14 megahertz up, I get these regular noise spikes. As I said, every 30k. And then you get like a little one in between them, so you got like 19, little one in between, 49, little one in between, and no matter what time of the day, it's there. As I said, I've even turned all the power off in the house, so I know it's nothing to do in my house. But yeah, look, 17 meter band is actually not. Oh no, I know why it hasn't gone, because it's gone into a much narrower spacing. But look, 18089, 18119, 18149. There you go, look. We're looking 2128. So they sort of space out a little bit further. There goes one there. But yeah, it's up from that point onwards. I just get regular noise spikes. Yeah, that's the only thing I could think of really. 24899, 24929, 24959. 30 kilohertz every 30. There you go, look, regular as clockwork there. 990, get one in the middle, and then... Oh, they space out to 60 there, look. 990 and 50. So yeah, look, it's just odd. Luckily I can tune between them, but I mean even at like 52, look. Could be a power line network. I used to have power lines. I took them out years ago, but I noticed... that being said though, as I said, they still persist if I was to turn the power off, so it's got to be, yeah, next door. I don't think my immediate next door would have it, because they're old folks. They haven't got much technology in their house at all. Yeah, I've heard amateur radio guys do not like fucking power line networks. So I mean, even the Scan King's picking them up as well. Luckily, you get further up and it stops being so much of an issue. It is on the speaker part. But yeah, as I said, low noise floor, but it just gets really spiky after the 20 metre band. Like 30 metre, nothing there actually. That's RTTY, some FT8. Yeah, 40 metre band, nothing. It seems to hit. I noticed that for a while. It seems to hit from the 20 metre band upwards. This is weird. Sounds like he's just put a tape recorder on. Sounds Russian. This is weird as fuck. What the hell's this? So have you got a license, Ian, or are you just like me, just like to eavesdrop and listen in? Yeah, well, I've got some ferrite cores on my cables, but I haven't wrapped them around, they're just clip-on ones. It's weird, isn't it? It's a real bizarre signal. It's almost like someone's just put some weird shit on a plate or like a recording and just played it back. Yeah. See, for me, the ferrites haven't done a huge amount. What is this? Ah, yeah. See, my mate keeps talking about getting licensed. Part of me's like, I wouldn't mind, but then I just don't know what I would do if I had a license, you know what I mean? Ah, your local repeater's gone dark, has it? Here you go, Ian. That, Luke Roberts Forks, he's my best mate. He's over in Lowestoft, which is about 150 miles away. I have a feeling it might be a troll. It's a weird one, isn't it?
station here between Salzburg and Vienna. Very small village here in the Austrian mountains. Wonderful to hear you for the first time. I didn't see any previous entry in my log, so I'm very happy to catch you on the frequency today.
But I'll tell you what though, the signals when they do come in, they are clear as day. Great.
Wonderful place to be there on your location. So very, very nice. Whiskey 2, Radio Juliet Ocean, OE3 Kilo Delta Charlie. Go ahead.
And to answer your question earlier, Skaz, when I do get the Malachite, when I can get the money to get a Malachite, I will get the little MWA antenna. I'll drive down to Lowestoft, I'll spend the night, and we'll go sit on the beach tuning into some shit. And what I'll do is I'll even point the phone at the Malachite, and I'll broadcast a restream. There you go, we'll do some on-location DXing. Because that's the plan, that's why I've got the Road King in the garage. A quarter wave CB antenna. But it might be quite good, you can come in and listen with us.
Yeah, amazing, yeah. Very good signal, good performance.
Just point the phone at it, use the little Malachite speaker, and yeah, job's a good one, at that point.
From ICOM, a table microphone, a little bit modified, and 1 kilowatt from a solid state into a 2-element stepper DB18 antenna points it into your direction at the moment. Working conditions on this side. Yeah, wonderful. That's really nice, and your vertical takes a good job. So you're the first station from northern USA that I can hear. I just turned the antenna back from Asia position. Propagation into JA is not really the best on this evening, and I think it's a little bit too early for the X to North America. Normally I'm on the morning time on the band on about 6 or 7 o'clock.
Oh, the troll guy. Yeah. He must be pumping out some power. But I was talking to Skaz about it, because we were talking about because that's the kind of shit they put out over the buzzer normally when they're trolling the buzzer. And we were talking to me and Skaz. So Skaz, when I refer to Skaz, that's the Luke Robert Fawkes guy who's in chat. He's been my best mate since fucking hell. How old are we, Skaz? We're 39 this year. So what's that? Best part of fucking 22 years we've been friends, something like that. So it was Skaz who told me to get an SDR, and I eventually caved in the end after watching a few YouTube videos recently that got in my suggested from Ringway Manchester and Tech Lines. Skaz has been trying to get me to get an SDR since what, 2015, something like that. And so yeah, it's only recently in the last month that I've managed to pick one up. So you're, what are you, Watford, are you? There you go, 2016, there you go. Because I always compare my reception to, there's a web SDR in Bedford I usually compare to. If I scroll down here, that's why, yeah, I'm after the Malachite DSP-2. There's a Chinese clone of it, because the DSP-1s are a bit hit or miss. But because of all the sanctions with Russia and stuff, the Russian guys ended up working with one of the Chinese clone manufacturers. And so there's a DSP-2 on Banggood. It's 260 quid, mind you. But it's fully licensed by the Russians, got all the latest firmware on. No having to pay 50 quid to the Russians to activate it or any shit like that. It should come and it will work, and it'll decode FTA, RTTY, CW on the radio itself as well, without having to plug it into any external decoders. Where is he? There's Barney's Web SDR. Let me scroll past him. It's the headphone icon. Probably got some people using it, so it's gone up. So where are you, Barney? Where are you? Has Barney's SDR gone offline? Oh, no way. Oh, no. he's got 50 people using it. That's what I know. He's got 8 users, so that'd be why. So if I need to, this web SDR doesn't open unless I'm in private mode. But where was that frequency of that troll? That is 7103 lower sideband for that. Let me just mute mine, and can Barney's go to 7103, or do I have to connect to his 7103? Yeah, there he is. Yeah, Barney's got him as well. The one good thing about WebSDR is you do get yeah, he's getting him quite loud and clear as well. So no, look, Barney's getting noise spikes. Look, he's getting quite a few there. But anyway, if I bring my one back, let's go back to the 20-meter band because there's some Americans there. Where are we? I've lost them now. Oh no, let's turn the gain up a bit. But yeah, the one I'm looking at now, let me just fire up a normal window because it's in, I've looked at it so much, it's in the bloody most used. Oh no, not on this one though. It's the one that's in all these videos. Yeah, Banggood. Not AliExpress. Banggood pays all the UK VAT, so you don't have to pay to import them. Don't know if we put the word Banggood into fucking. There we go. It's not DSB. There you go. That's Malahide DSB 2. It's that one. That's the one that gets all the reviews. That's the one that's in all the videos as well. That's what I'm after. Because there are cheaper ones. He is very persistent, isn't he? Yeah, I'm not getting Americans anymore. What's this here? Oh, no, some FT8. Let's go to the 80-meter band. There's a couple of, there's some Irish guys that I usually listen to here. Actually, which antenna am I on? Oh, no, I am on the speaker wire. 80 meters is looking a bit quiet tonight. I hope I haven't. Let me just give me a second. Oh no, I was on the wrong bloody antenna. No wonder everything looked quiet. I was on the bloody Scan King. Jesus Christ, that guy must have been strong. I was on the Scan King and picked him up. There we go. Fucking hell, yeah, I was. He's coming in a lot stronger here, look. Overload. Jesus. Now, if I go back to the 20-meter band, I might find the Yanks there. There we go, look. No, that's Italian. I like Italian food, but I don't understand Italian language. I'm interested in the home of the cheeseburger. There we go. Quite quiet though.
No Bob knows it, that there's one picture for a 737 on SDRZ page has got 9 mics on it. The registration tells you just the same as ham radio. The 9 mic is based in Malaysia, and so if you got
Fading in and out.
you see something other like 9 Victor, it'll be just like ham radio, Rick. Over.
See, I don't know if it's the same way you are, Ian, but my local repeaters are all dead, and the local CB's dead around here as well. There's nothing. I've tried listening into local guys, and I've heard maybe 1, 2, something like that. In fact, I actually found one of the like the president of the Northampton Radio Society, Northampton Amateur Radio Club, on the 80 metre band on a CQ competition. I stumbled upon him by accident just because his signal was off the fucking scale. Oh, it's not just here then, that's alright then.
He put that station down. As a matter of fact, I come very, very close to buying that big.
I'll show you, give me a second. This one doesn't have the CB band defined, whereas their new app, so SDR Connect, I don't know what SDR you guys, what you've got in, but this SDR Connect has CB. But look, let me just squelch it. There's just nothing other than my noise spikes, look, 27629, 27659, 27689, every 30k. But yeah, look, and even if I switch over to the skanking, which should in theory be quite good up there, but yeah, there's nothing. CB band is dead. Yaesu FT897. Sounds expensive. Ah, nice, nice. I tell you what, the reason I want the Malahite, I like the, don't get me wrong, one of them is cool, but I do love having the waterfall. For me, having the waterfall display just makes it so much easier to find stuff. I find the spectrum and the waterfall. So I've even got the old PMR 446 band, and there's just, again, let me switch over to skanking. There's nothing. Nobody's even using walkie-talkies around here. It's pretty dead. Yeah, waterfall makes it just look futuristic. But mate, sometimes older stuff is much better. Sometimes oh yeah, that might be quite nice. But yeah, sometimes the older equipment is better because, let's face it, modern equipment is good, but it's all microchips. Sometimes having good old-fashioned capacitors and transistors and shit is just... There's something going on there. Oh. Ah, it's a pager frequency, but I've tried decoding this one. It doesn't decode. Thought there was a walkie-talkie going on there, but not. Nope, no walkie-talkie. The one good thing about this is it's much easier to get into the deep settings of, so to change things like the amount of spectrum you're viewing at one time. So if I now go 130 megahertz, there you go. If I now turn the squelch up. So this is the skanking. I've now got... Yeah, that's what I mean. The SDR play is pretty good, but yeah, you just got to... Let me get that out in FM mode, that's why. But yeah, sometimes old radios are fucking quality, man. I never forget, and this is what started my love for DXing back in the day. Because I've always been into radio ever since I was a kid. Ever since I was a kid. Because I always used to tinker with electronics as a kid. You know, that was just my thing to do. And at one point, I used to actually... My mum knew someone who worked in the second-hand shop, used to do home clearances and stuff. There you go, there's the airband. That's all kicking in up my end. But yeah, so basically... Hello, Johnny Broadway. How's it going, mate?
FedEx 1 over London with a heading 127.
Didn't do any better with Noah, even though I've got an LNA on skanking.
1.105. Good night, FedEx 1.
Ooh. Restream has sent me a message. Congratulations, you've earned over 100. You've received 100 messages today with Restream chat. Nice. But yeah, we had the old second-hand shop and they did home clearances, and I paid a £5 for it, and it was this old school, I think it was Hitachi or something, old silver hi-fi separates, big fucking knob, old school light bulb, and it was medium wave, long wave, and FM tuner. And I never forget, as a kid, I had a massive speaker wire antenna, and it went up my wall and around the top of my bedroom in a big loop. And bear in mind, I was living in Lowestoft at the time, which I was picking up stations in stereo from Kent, which for FM was insane. You couldn't get them because you'd listen for the idents and you would hear, and it was, I think it was like Kiss FM was quite new back then, and I think it was being broadcast from Kent. And so I've always been obsessed with listening to things from far out. That's why I used to love medium wave. At night, you could tune in like... I remember doing Upper Deck Trot on the submarine. I had this little portable radio they had up there. And a medium wave, and just tuned into like Portuguese football. I couldn't understand a word because I don't speak Portuguese, but just hearing the commentators going blah, 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 go, just hyper as fuck. I was like, this is mental, but I love it. I don't understand a word, but clearly someone's having a good time. I really enjoyed that, and I've always just been obsessed with seeing how far I can get signals in. Yeah, there is. There is something just magical about tuning in to people from miles away. It's always just fascinated me. And again, oh, there you go. Kiss was London. I think I did pick up Kiss in stereo. And I definitely got one from Kent as well. Because it was only years later that I was doing something, and we were driving home. I was going back to the Navy, and I heard the station again. I was like, "Fucking hell!" I picked this up from miles away. I picked this up from Lowestoft, but Lowestoft is amazing for picking up signals, because it's the most easterly point of the UK, and even on an indoor TV aerial, so I didn't have the external house TV aerial, but on an indoor TV aerial I could pick up TV stations from Holland. Couldn't watch them because Holland, they use a different TV standard, so their audio and video were broadcast on different frequencies, so you could get the picture nice and clear but have no audio, or you'd get the audio but wouldn't have any picture. Back in the day, you needed something called a dual standard TV, which allowed you to tune into worldwide frequencies, but they were rare as rock and all shit and highly expensive. But If you ever watched obviously analog TV in Lowestoft, BBC One in the summer always used to get black bars over it, and that was because there was a Dutch TV channel being broadcast on a very similar frequency to BBC One. Obviously, when the digital switchover happened, that all went by the wayside, but on the old analog days, it was great. And likewise, with the old satellite TV, my mum had an old analog satellite set up. This is back when Sky went to digital. We're talking about, 1998 here? So there was a few channels still knocking about on analog, Cartoon Network, CNN, but nothing major. I think Channel 5 was on satellite. That's how we could get it in Lowestoft, because we couldn't actually get it from the Norwich transmitter. So we had to actually get it from satellite. But, oh man, analog TV on the FM, I suppose, depending on where you live, your TV, because in England, our TV was broadcast on UHF, but yeah, I think in America, isn't your TV broadcast on VHF, very close to the FM frequencies? That would make sense, but yeah, so we had the old analog satellite system, and the dish happened to be out on a flat roof outside my daughter. Oh God, I'm not that fucking threw me off. Outside my sister's bedroom window. And I remember when we set that thing up, and my mum got it all from a second-hand shop. Oh, we had VHF in the early days. Oh yeah, we did. Did we? I think it was always UHF when I was younger, but we didn't have frequencies. It was the channel numbers, because whenever you got a Sega, like Sega Mega Drive and all that, they were down on like channel 35, really low down, and then you'd have the TVs up on channel 50 and 58, 59, around there, if I remember rightly. Because it wasn't actually based on frequency at the time. Well, obviously it was, but they were divided into channel numbers. So yeah, so your Sega and stuff would be tuned all the way down from the factory. I think later games consoles gave you the ability to choose what channel you broadcast out on. Because that's how you used to set your VCR up as well. You used to set that really low, well away from the TV channels. But yeah, so yeah, you'd set that. But yeah, as I said, Channel 5. Oh, no way. See, we didn't get Channel 5 where we lived, because it was mad. You could get Dutch TV, but you couldn't pick up Channel 5. You got Channel 1, 2, 3 and 4, but Channel 5 was broadcast from the same transmitter as 1, 2, 3 and 4, but it was broadcast on a much weaker signal strength, so you couldn't get it. In Lowestoft, you could not get Channel 5 at all. You had to wait until Freeview came about, or on digital, as it was known back then. Also, this airband is coming in lovely and strong with that Scan King. Oh, that don't surprise me. But yeah, no, as I said, remember the old analog satellite dish getting up on. That's why I love analog. Digital is great, but there's something magical about analog, being able to get up on the roof and sort of turn the satellite dish and having people screaming at you. Yeah, you're getting it. It's almost there. No, you got too far. Back a bit. Yeah, yes. Hold it there. Right, do the bolts up. That'll do. But the thing is, with the satellite system, that we never tightened the bolts up strong enough. And as I said, I never forget, I was about 14, 15 at the time. Mum would go out, and I knew, because I was always the kid who set up the TV antennas and stuff. So, and because it was just outside my sister's bedroom window, so you could just lean out and touch it with your hand. And I never forget, I was about 14, 15, we'd have it on, is it Astra 2D was our one? But if you went out and just nudged it around, you could get it onto the German one, which was it was another Astra one, I think. But you can just nudge it around. And back on the old German one, you got all the old softcore porn channels for free. So, you know, as a 14, 15-year-old, you'd knock it round, look at your smut, and then realise your mum was then coming home, leg it up and pull the satellite dish back to where it was. And I also managed to bypass the encoder for the scramble for, what's it called? MTV Europe. Because you got MTV2 would always decode with no scramble, but MTV Europe was always scrambled. And there was a trick. If you had a satellite box which had two SCARTs on it, one with TV out and one with VHS out, so when you tuned into MTV1, you'd get the picture for a few seconds and then the scramble would kick in over the top of the picture. You'd get the audio, but then you'd get scrambled, you know, insert viewing card come up. However, if you switch the SCART output from the TV to the VHS output, never scrambled. It stayed up and running perfect. So that's how I got German MTV. So used to get all the old MTV shows as a kid. Never forget watching the old MTV Celebrity Deathmatch. It was fucking brilliant. But yeah, it used to be in English, but with German subtitles at the bottom. So it was brilliant. It was just like having the British MTV at that point, but it didn't have to pay for it. It was fucking brilliant. I loved it. Right, anyway, we've listened to enough airport air traffic control. Let's go and have a look at the... see if we can pick up anything on the 20 metre again. That's where the Americans were earlier. Oh, late 90s, early 2000s MTV is brilliant. That was just before they went all reality shows, when you had things like Celebrity Deathmatch. You still had music, but you had the odd little music-related TV show. Like, Celebrity Deathmatch was fun because it was like music stars and pop stars fighting like movie stars and stuff. I had the game on the PlayStation 2 back in the day as well. Yeah, I remember them. I'll tell you what though, the one best, and I've said this before, and Johnny's seen this, is if I tune into a frequency that's got a real nasty noise spike, say I was tuned here, but there was a signal coming in next to that noise spike, this has got assignable notch filters that just drop them straight down, and you can hear the signal coming in behind the noise filter, behind the noise spike. It's brilliant. Works fucking fantastic as well. So whilst those rhythmic spikes are annoying, I can work around them if I can see the signal coming in. Might not work for slow scan TV. I might end up taking a bit too much of the frequency out, but... But yeah, that's what made me love all the DXing. I really like just seeing what I can receive from as far away as possible. Do you know what I mean? Just because it takes me back to my childhood, you know, picking up radio stations from miles away and, you know, tuning the TV to German TV channels, you know. It's fantastic, that notch filter is. There is a one on here as well, but it's not as intuitive. You turn it on there first, and then you shift click. You assign it that way. There you go. So I've just taken that notch out there. It's not as simple as just clicking a thing and dropping as many as you want in. On here, you can only do 2. And they're really finicky. If I wanted to drop another one next to it, it wouldn't allow me to. It messes it up.
About the design of the L4B, and the controversy is whether the grids, which are not at DC ground in the original Drake's design, whether the grids should be at DC ground or not. And there are arguments on both sides.
So the noise reduction's just taking him out a bit too much.
There must be 10 or 15 articles online about it. And I decided to do that. So the grids are completely grounded with silver-plated strap. All the grid pins are directly grounded now.
But yeah, just being able to listen in to stuff, it just takes me back to my childhood. I loved all that shit. If I'd have stayed in the Navy longer, I reckon I'd have, I was a weapons engineer and I was in the comms department, but we sort of, as junior rates, I sort of specialised in internal comms, so, you know, the telephone system and the talkies. The petty officers and above, they specialised in the actual radio equipment. But, like, sitting here and listening to, like, the RTTY and the weather facts coming in, take me back to my Navy days, because we used to have the weather facts on the boat and you'd hear it coming in, you know. And I used to go spend a lot of time in the radio shack just chatting with the radio operators, and you just hear all the signals coming in there as well. And so just sitting here, headphones on, listening to the fucking bit of static and with a little bit of digital signal coming in, just as I said, it's relaxing to me. It takes me back to all those times. There's another American. We're getting the Americans tonight. Fucking hell. How do you do that? Oh no, it's not the Americans. Americans are over here. Weak as shit though, so... How does that work? Rotating drum, transmitting photos over the phone. That's interesting though. I thought I was old using 56k modems to transmit shit. Ooh, what's this? Is this something I can decode? Ah, no, it might be... Green frog, redneck net. Oh, is that the pip? Might be the pip, and I might just be tuning into it wrong. Ah, no, the pip is up a sideband. If I go up, there you go, there's the pip. Ain't nothing happening on the pip tonight. Nice.
Non mi piace la tua modulazione, ecco, tutto lì. Yeah, good evening, Bob. GM8 UPI.
Fuck, man, that's awesome.
Sounds like with you. I've had a bit of trouble with, I don't know, RF feedback maybe, but I was wondering just how well I'm getting on. Name's Dave, QTH is near Lockerbie, Bob, from GM8 UPI. GM8 UPI. I think I might have spoke to you before, Dave.
That's
I don't know
mental.
if the warble is to do with the band
Fucking
condition,
hell.
but there's a little bit of a warble on your audio.
May I
It
ask
could be a little
then,
bit of RF.
how old you guys are then, Ian and Johnny? Because me and Skaz are 39, and we had modems at that point and fax machines.
I'm not sure, it might just be
So if you're talking about using drums on to send photos, that's got to predate fax machines. And what were they? 1980s?
We're running about 150 watts from an ICOM 7700 using an ACOM 1200S linear amplifier to do the work, Davey. But you're 5 and 9
Wow.
and a little bit of warbly on the audio. But I wonder if that's also applicable to me, Dave. GM8.
See, that's the thing. Me and Skaz have said, and I don't know if you find this to be true, Ian and Johnny, but realistically, once you guys sort of move on, so to speak, not to be rude, I think the hobby's going to die, really. I don't think there's many young people sort of getting into it. I think my generation was probably the last generation where radio was really a thing, you know, because after our generation it was the internet, you know. We were the first internet generation, me and Skaz. We were like, what, 56k modems and shit? Yeah, there's something awesome about valves. I really want a valve preamp for my record deck. I like the warm analog sound that valves give, the colouring of the audio. Oh, but I love old tech. I love old tech because I used to have a science teacher in middle school. One of the only teachers who actually really recognised my talents and nurtured me, and he used to bring old radios and stuff in for me to dismantle and mess around with them. Well, that's it. I mean, look at what I've got now. I've just got a bloody £100 dongle that plugs into my computer, and this is it. But as I said, I think realistically, there's not many people who transmit any. Every time I've noticed when I go onto QRZ.com and I hear a call sign on here, the people who've got the profiles are almost universally older guys, you know, people who are probably old enough to be my dad, you know, and obviously older. And you see like people, I got my radio license in the 1970s, and you see like, and there's one guy who had photos of his old Radio Shack from like the 60s, 70s, with like Pin-Up Girl poster, and it was just like looking back in time. It was fucking awesome. But I just think, because I've seen it on Reddit and stuff like that, like people complaining about people like me who just want to listen in because they're like, well, if you guys don't get out and transmit, there'll be nothing to listen into soon. And you know, it is a shame, really. But I think, as I said, for me, it was growing up. We had 56k modems, MSN Messenger, which we could send little messages to each other with. Obviously, at that point, it was worldwide. We had the old Yahoo chat rooms, which were like, oh, nice. Might have to have a look at that. Skaz, can you get down to Biggleswade? That's sort of in between me and you, isn't it? That's sort of Cambridgeshire, so about halfway between Lowestoft and Northampton.
Yeah, it sounds absolutely fantastic, Davey. No worries at all, mate. Yeah, I've got the same wee radio. Use it for my portable station.
Oh, dude.
Mine sounds that.
And it's more money than I've got, though.
I'm really impressed with it. I was just saying to David VKC that I quite fancy.
I'd be like a kid in a candy store. I'm desperate to get a Malahite, but I just haven't got 260 quid at the moment, and the wife would absolutely rip my testicles off if I did a PayPal paying free for 90 quid a month for the next 3 months.
I've got no issues with that whatsoever.
I've got a boiler that needs a service on the any day now. It's about a year old. I've got a boiler that needs a service. I've got a female kitten that needs a snip before she starts pumping out kittens. I mean, I could let her have a batch of kittens and flog them and then buy my Malahite there, but it wouldn't be fair on the poor kitten.
up in the homelands, mate. I'm originally from Glasgow. When did I leave? 1973. So
I don't, I'm afraid, because they weren't allowed to be recorded because they were. It's classified documents. It comes under the old. It falls under top secret. I did hear, though, as part of my sonar training, the recording of the General Belgrano being sunk from the HMS Conqueror. So once she launched her torpedo, you could hear the entire sonar recording. That was interesting because you could hear the explosion and you could hear it just breaking up and falling apart under the. Oh yeah. But with sonar, it's very similar to radio. As I said, you get the waterfall like this. That's why I've got it configured black and white, because that's how sonar 2076 was. But if you stick the radio in CW mode with a narrow enough filter, let me go to the 160 band where it's nice and empty. If I shove it in, there we go. And if I shove it in CW mode, that's about it. That's what the sea sounds like for a sonar set. And these little crackles you'd normally hear, that would be the biological you'd hear, like the shrimps snapping their claws and shit. And then, yeah. And then so a ship would come in, and if it sounded like the words chicken shit being repeated very fast, that was a 3-blade ship. If it sounded like motherfucker, 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 that was a 4-blade ship, and then you'd count it, so it'd be like motherfucker, motherfucker. And you could then count you'd count the pronounced part of the of how it sounded to get the revolutions per minute of the prop, and then you'd then assign a track to it. So where you got these, say you got these cloud markers, so I don't know, let's just shove one of these on. So you'd imagine that. Actually, let's go to one of the bands. There we go, cloud markers. Let's tune it to here. And then if I go cloud markers again, and then put it down as KBS. So that's how it would be. You'd have a little line on there that would follow the track as well. In fact, actually, the waterfall of the what's it called? FL Digi that you can see in the top right. That, when you're actually actively receiving something, has like a little red line near it. That would be the equivalent of the sonar track. So you'd get the waterfall like this, you'd right click it, assign a contact to it, and it would track it. So as the boat turned or it moved, the little marker would follow along with it, and you'd be passing that out. You'd then send that over to the tactical submariners, who would use we call it SMACS, SMCS, Submarine Command System, and that would then create a tactical picture of everything that was about. And you would listen. There were different sound characteristics that you could, once you've been trained and you've listened to it a few times, that you could pick out what it was you were listening to. So whether it was, as I said, most of the time it was merchant vessels, but you'd get the occasional, you'd get some fun stuff. So I remember when I was on HMS Vigilant doing a Christmas patrol on that. As we were coming back home to Faz Lane, we recorded what was then brand new at the time, HMS Albion leaving. So I actually got that, classified it, and then we did the recording on the old reel-to-reel tapes. That's how old that fucker was. Big old reel-to-reel tape recorders in the back of the sound room. Sonar 2076 was more modern. That was more digital as well. Basically, older sonar sets. Basically, you had to do everything was individual. 76 was almost like software defined sonar. It was so with 2054 and 2074. So 2054 was the nuclear bomber version, and 2074 was the older Trafalgar version. Each console had its own specific designation. So you'd have a bow array console, and only the bow systems would feed into that. You'd then have periscope, which was there to detect when something was pinging active sonar off. You'd then have the towed array, which was the big fucking towed set of hydrophones that would go behind you for... Well, that used to go a couple hundred metres behind the boat. The boat would be going along, and then dragged behind it was a big couple hundred metre spool. And at the end of that was a load of hydrophones. And so that would have its own console. Sonar 2076, basically all of the hydrophones and all that, were just, they went into the cabinets, and then no matter what terminal you logged into, you could then assign that. So say your bow array terminal went down, you could hop into the next seat along, and then you could basically log in and go, right, make this one the bow array. It was, it was a lot better. I had some good times in the old sound room, sitting there listening to the old boys talking, telling their stories. That's the one thing I like. You know, I used to love sitting there listening to the old guys talking about the olden days and the stuff, the shenanigans they used to get up to, because some of the stuff they got away with back in the day was fucking incredible. And yeah, many an hour in the sound room, listening to stories and stuff. It was fucking quality. But the Navy is one of those jobs where I hated it when I was in. I absolutely hated it when I was in, because I couldn't stick with a girlfriend or anything, and I was away from my family, my friend, and it was hard when I was in. Sonar 2076 was brand new at the time. We were the test platform for it. We carried a lot of spares. I remember when we went to sea with it, we actually had two of the guys who designed it on the boat with us. They came out with us. But it was mostly reliable. But it would be one of those, if it did go down, it was like the advert. Sometimes you just switch it off and on again. But obviously, you kind of needed it to be reliable. The older systems, I have to... Scepter. Nice. Which one was... I never got to go down an S-boat. I was gutted because there was one alongside us, HMS Spartan, just about to be decommissioned when I was along. So I was on HMS Torbay for my 6 years when I was in. I did a little stint on HMS Vigilant because our boat was laid up alongside with problems for ages, and I bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and wanted to get qualified so I could get my bonuses and stuff. So I volunteered to go out on a Christmas patrol, Christmas nuclear deterrent patrol. Yeah, so the S-boats, the Trafalgar class, were basically improved S-boats. And then obviously now you get the Astute class, which are supposedly improved T-boats. Oh man, I missed the boat. Let me see if I've got. I don't know how much I can show. I have got a few photos of the boat back in the day. But I have to be careful. There's not much I can show. I was taking photos for the ship, for the submarine when we were out at sea. Scotty. I don't know. Oh no, wait a minute. Because I actually transferred over from being a weapon engineer to being a sonar operator to a weapons engineer. There we go. You're not seeing a huge amount of classified, so give me a second. I'm going to just put this into my into my library. But give me a second, because it's in my iCloud library, it's not in my OneDrive library. I'll be able to open it on this laptop then. So bear with me a second. I'm just going to paste it in here. Where was the paste item option? I have copied it. Doesn't allow me to paste it. I'll be able to zoom in and I'll show you why I set this how I've got it. Hopefully it's yeah, there we go. That's one of my mates' calf. But if you look at 76, now look at my SDR. Can you now see why I set it to monochrome? Each one of those lines was a sonar contact. That's basically, you know, that's how it was. And you'd have multiple different... But now you can see, thankfully it's blurry enough that you can't see any sort of top secret details, but yeah, now you can see why I have SDR Uno set to monochrome. Takes me back. But yeah, the sonar is basically the SDR to C, you know. Rather than listening to the radio waves, you're listening to the sound spectrum underwater. So as I said, each one of them, that'd be either biological noise or whatever. You'd have to pick out. Yeah, it is. You'd basically have to pick out what you're looking for out of them lines. You have your headphones on and twin screens, trackball. And as I said, each one of them could be assigned, you see. So I think half there would be operating the bow array, I think. God, what's his name again? Hibbert, I think. Jockey Hibbert. Half weekly, Jockey Hibbert. So he'd be on a slightly different console there, but yeah. Now you know why I went for I'll delete that out there, but yeah, now you know why I went for the black and white, and that's why I'm gutted that I can't set the black and white in SDR Connect yet. As soon as they allow that, I'm going black and white again, just because for me I find it the easiest to pick out the contacts because I'm so used to it. Oh yeah, trackballs, that's how sonar used to be. So that one was a trackball and a QWERTY keyboard, and it was this weird, horrible membrane QWERTY keyboard. It weren't nice at all. They had like hard plastic caps, but they floated on this nasty, horrible membrane. It was awful. Typing on that, you wouldn't be able to type a fucking your next novel on that thing. It was fucking awful. And the trackball, you know, that's how you would do it. So you'd have like the waterfall in front of you, and say the boat was on a heading of, I don't know, 0 degrees. It was heading due north. The bow array, and I can't remember the exact, I think it was 200 something, but say for instance you had 180 degree coverage. Say the boat was heading 0 degrees, you would have basically 0 in the middle, plus 90 to the right, and then, you know, 270 degrees to the left, and you'd sort of scan left to right and you'd be listening in. Hi Andy, how's it going, mate? And yeah, you'd be listening in. And that's where you'd pick out the contacts from, and you'd see the obviously you'd see the waterfall coming in, but if you were in a quiet sea, you'd often get a waterfall that just looked like the 160 metre band, nothing on it, just clear. But then you'd look for those little contacts, and then you'd listen in and sort of classify them. quite often. So this is what, FT8, but that would be, say, I don't know, the biological noise. So you would hear literally everything, like all the crabs and the shrimps and all that snapping away. And yeah, you hear that. They'd call that bio. It was just classified all as biological. But yeah, operating the sonar is very similar to operating the SDR as it is now. But yeah, no, it's one of those jobs where, as I said, I hated it when I was in. I think because I was a bit too young and immature, to be honest with you. But I miss it now I'm out. Do you know what I mean? I kind of, obviously I left because the wife wanted to. Oh, all the time. That's where you'd have the petty officer. So basically, junior rates would operate the bow because that was the easiest one to operate. So I would spend most of my time operating the bow array. You would then have the controller who could then switch to listening to who anyone. Oh yes, yeah, that's it, mate. That's it. My noise floor is actually not too bad here, to be honest with you. I'm quite lucky with regards to radio noise here.
9700 is my VHF and UHF.
But yeah, with regards to the sonar contacts, how it used to work is, so you'd have someone on the bow, someone on the towed array, and then you'd have an operator operating what was called narrowband. And so how it worked, you'd have the controller, he would sort of sit and overview the whole sound room. So you'd have a leading hand or a petty officer. Even sometimes the chops was in there, chief of operations sonar, but most of the time he just oversaw the whole department. You didn't really see much of him. You had the petty officers or leading hand. They would sort of sit in the controller seat. They would overview the whole sound room. As I said, you'd have a couple of junior rates on bow. You might even have two junior rates on bow, depends. But usually it was a junior rate on bow, one on towed, and then you'd have another leading hand on narrowband. And what it was is, if you had a contact of interest on bow, the sonar controller could also listen into it. But the coolest thing about it is narrowband. Because you could pass that over to narrowband, and narrowband broke it down into its component parts. So you'd have a broadband sound, and so the sound I would be listening for as a junior rate on the bow would be the propeller. So the that's the bit I would be listening for. So say you had a contact on bow bearing, I don't know, 10 degrees. So you'd put that through, the controller would listen to it, they'd then knock that over to the tactical so they can keep an eye on it as well. And then the narrowband guy would then take that contact, like bearing 10 degrees, and he'd be able to then break it down to its component parts. Like each individual bit of machinery obviously puts its own frequency out into the water, and narrowband was good enough to break it down into its own component parts. So you know, if you saw a 60 hertz sound signature, tone signature, you were potentially a Russian because of 60 hertz is their electrical generation system. Same with, the Americans as well, but you knew 50 hertz was a British one, 60, and you'd break it down. And there was, under our seats, there were safes, and there was these red books, they were top secret, UK, US eyes onlys, and they would have classifications for individual classes of boats and warships, even to the point where you had you could actually identify the individual submarine or whatever from the entire class if you've had extensive contacts with it in the past, purely because narrowband was that good. Say, I don't know, Dmitry Donskoy, one of the Typhoon, class submarine. Say he had a dodgy bit of machinery that always puts out a specific frequency into the water, and it never got repaired. Every time you encountered it, and that signature came up, you'd be able to go, yes, that one. It was fucking intense how they did it. But yeah, narrowband is amazing. It's basically, if I do this, let me open 3643 up in SDR Connect, because what this has got, which is pretty cool. Let me go to the 8 meter band. Right, there's a strong signal there. Let me get a signal. Digital signal coming there you go. So, we've got... So say what we're listening to here, what we're seeing there on that spectrum is the broadband signal, yeah? That would be the equivalent of the broadband submarine signal. However, SDR Connect allows you to look at the audio spectrum so you can see the exact frequencies of the voice being broadcast. So you can see it there, look, the kilohertz of the broadcast frequency. So that would be you breaking that down and looking at the individual noise components of that contact. I mean, the fact that SDR Connect gives you the ability to look at the audio spectrum as well is pretty fucking cool. But yeah, that's how you'd identify stuff on a submarine. Submarines on the sonar had something called compressed cavitation. That's how you could identify whether it was a submarine straight away. Because when they were underwater depth, so what you're listening for on a sonar is the bubbles coming from the propeller. As the propeller's spinning, it generates bubbles, and that's what puts the sound into the water there. Submarines still generate bubbles even when they're at depth, but because the bubbles are compressed, as they leave the propeller and go up to the surface, they expand and then obviously pop. Well, that expansion and popping makes a little squeak on the sonar set, so you can do, if you heard a repetitive squeak, that was compressed cavitation, you knew you were tracking a submarine at that point. Oh man, now I want to go off. Now I want to go up at a sonar set again. But yeah, I just miss sitting there listening to the old guys telling the stories back in the day. Because quite often, you'd go for hours, depending on where you were, you would go for entire days without much contact, maybe the odd fishing vessel or whatever, but, there wouldn't be much out there, especially if you were doing, say, the Plymouth to fucking, where did we go? Plymouth to Jacksonville, we did. We stopped via Bermuda, so we went Plymouth, Bermuda, and then to Jacksonville. But like in the middle of the Atlantic, it's, cruising depth, there wasn't much there. So, obviously the sonar was there because it's the eyes of the submarine. Without it, it was blind. The quality, but there'd be no way of doing it because sonar is very, very secretive. I wonder if...
Da hat er Ding, da hat er beim Material ja schon draufgelegt.
Also ein feiner Mann, der macht das so nebenbei, wunderbar. Und er hat einen Kollegen, der mit ihm kommt, für die Montage braucht er ja eine...
Oh, there you go, broadband hydrophone, live stream from the bottom of Monterey.
Ein schön eingespieltes Team.
Wenn der will, kann der hierher kommen, den ganzen Garten saugen.
I might get to be a sonar operator again. Come on. Ah, it's not going to show me. Live audio streams can amplify severe through the speaker from the next unit and turn up to its subtle sound. Very low pitch between whale vocalizations. So yeah, this is the yeah. See what I mean? It's just white noise. That's what the sea sounds like. Obviously, this is whale recordings, but you can hear the sea underneath it. That's kind of what the narrowband looked like as well. It used to break it down into its component parts. Earthquakes, fucking humpback whale, fin whale. I want to see if we can hear some ships. I want to hear a recording of a ship. Oh. Gone. Oh, it was 4 years ago. Might sound something like this. Sonar recordings of ships. Ah, see, look. Whale song. There it is. That's an active sonar. Hear that compressed? Yeah, you heard everything. Active sonar systems. Oh, I wish I had longer to listen to that fucking propeller. But this is what the sonar sounded like, exactly like this. If you heard one of those pings, you would shat yourself. Because that was someone who knew where you were at that point. That's why they put the pings out. Oh yes. Very high pitched. So if I show you, where are we? That thing at the end, that looked like a dildo attached to the front of the boat. Open link. Oh, I want the picture. Open image in new tab. There we go. That thing there, that was tuned for the active sonar. That was the active sonar detection. Yeah, no, it's not a ping like it is. You know, active sonar, there was different classifications of it. Oh, crap. Is there a stopwatch on Windows? Ah, clock. Oh. I just want... Oh, fuck off. What happened to the stopwatch? Why is there no... Oh, no, second Z. Duh. Right. Let's see if I can get this. ...160 revolutions per minute, I think that was going. Sounds about right. 160. Yeah, no, those pings, that's your stereotypical sonar. A sonar set, an active sonar can be all different frequencies. You could actually classify the boat that was sending it out based on what the active sonar sounded like. There was all different names for it as well. Some of them had some really quality names. So you had like one of the Russian ones, it was called Mouse Roar. There was Mouse Squeak, Mouse Roar. There was loads of them. Again, all in these red books. And that's what the sonar system, it would grab it and record it, and you'd classify it from there. It turns out my new job that I'm starting on Monday, I might get to use a hydrophone. So I get to use sonar again. The one bit of my CV I never thought would ever come in handy again is the bit that might actually come in handy again for my new job. I start a new job on Monday, same company, but I basically go and look for water leaks. And so they basically going to be using hydrophones to listen underground. Because when we're talking about sonar set in my job interview, I went telling about submarines sounding like, squeaking from the compressed cavitation. I was like, yeah, underground water leaks squeak as well. And I was like, actually, yeah, that makes sense because the water mains is under immense pressure, and if it's leaking, the bubbles are escaping and inflating, which is going to squeak exactly like they do underwater. So, yeah, it's going to be quite cool. I'm looking forward to actually getting to operate it. It's obviously going to be a tiny little sonar set compared to the fucking beast that I used to use, but it's going to be, good. I hope. Saying that though, talking about sonar and stuff. Squeaky Leaks band though. I think Mouse Roar might be quite a good band name as well. Oh yeah, I quite like this audio spectrum. It's a shame I can't zoom it in anymore, really, because it seems like it's very limited there, but they don't allow you to zoom it in on this. But this is still only beta software. This is basically what the SDR Play software is going to evolve into. So that old-fashioned looking one, SDR Uno, that's what they've currently got. That's Windows only. This SDR Connect is what they're transitioning to. This is multi-platform, Windows, Mac, Linux. I think it even works on a Raspberry Pi, if I'm not mistaken.
Everything is great. Always a pleasure to say hello. I give it back to Ahmed. Thank you.
But yeah, no black and white waterfall in here for me yet.
Who would like to say hello to Greg? Altina, are you back?
I need to be listening out for call signs so I can grab them.
No more takers at the moment, but I think in a few minutes we'll have...
Too busy reminiscing about my sonar days.
Thank you for showing up. Excellent conditions and peaking 10 over Greg. Thanks for now, KWE, DK running out. See you maybe in 10 to 50 minutes from now. See you later, Greg.
Come on, Greg. Come here, call sign. I can't hear that, Greg. You need to turn your transmitter up, mate.
See you later. Thank you, Greg. DK running in out. You are set.
Come on, mate. You need to use your NATO phonetic, won't it? Delta Kilo 1 November.
Das passt, dann haut hier voll rein, Roger. Ja, Roger, dann geh mal mit. Hast du eine freie Frequenz schon? Ja, die 6er wie
80 meter band tends to be the one that I've noticed more activity on. Saying that though, my usual Irish guys aren't on there. There's usually a couple of Irish guys, usually somewhere near the top of the 80 meter.
Unless you're operating constantly on the same frequency.
Oh no, there they are! There's the Irish guys! These guys, it's always the same dude. This guy, if I can get his call sign, he's got a big fucking mansion, like in the Irish countryside. Huge fucking antenna arrays. It's fucking...
Not enough time on the HB9 CDQ, Mike 0, Oscar in the Alpha.
Yeah, Mike 0, Oscar in the Alpha. Very interesting what he's
Oh, that's one of ours.
HB9CBQ, I went through that procedure, so you need, as you say, a vacuum capacitor in order to withstand the voltage, even at lower powers, if they have 10, 20 watts or so. Based on the high Q, the voltage there is enormously high. And if you're interested, then I have linked to an Australian
whereabouts is he about?
who developed some kind of a calculator, because going through all these calculations is very tedious. And with that, you can just slide back and forth like an experiment in physics.
Ah, the old whirligig washing line. I have been tempted, actually. I have got a whirligig washing line in the back garden, which would be west facing. I have been tempted to rip all the string out of that and just put wire in it instead. Wife can hang her washing on it, and I'll just have my antenna built into it. The issue would be getting the coax from it back to the house. I'd have to amplify the shit out of it because it's too far down the garden. It'd have to go from the washing line to the tree to get it up high enough, then string it from the tree to the house and then around the side of the house into the front window. It'd probably end up being about 40 metres of coax. I could do it, but it wouldn't be very high up. That's the issue. It'd only be washing line height. I mean, I don't think the wife would be able to climb on the roof and hang her washing on one of those. Do you know what I mean?
And apparently that works well, but I still wanted to build one, over.
Yeah, that's a fucking impressive antenna though, that.
And unfortunately, I had it running, and then something very unexpected happened. I had a Russian capacitor which I picked up from the flea market for about 100 euros or so. And it was not the voltage, was nothing. It just cracked. The glass, imploded, doesn't exploded, imploded.
Bloody hex. Yeah, I've seen it called something else. What's it? Yeah, GYBB disguise. Yeah, it's GY.
Yes, I think Americans do them as well, but I posted this one, I think it's 25 kV, so that should be okay for the little antenna. And can be motorized, so that it can be a small motor.
Cob, that's it, it's called a cobweb antenna. There was a guy who... Yeah, that was it.
On the internet on that, but I still didn't find any time to build anything.
Cobweb aerial.
So that's even further away any construction. But listen, Andy, I won't hold you up any longer. I think we can proceed next time. Let me read the article, and next time I'll be more equipped to talk to you. For now, I'll let you go. It's just good propagation, so hopefully some DX coming your way. HB9CBQ, Mike 0.
The only problem is, though, is how would you... With an antenna like that, how would you connect? So, obviously, they've put different lengths of wire in for different bands. Obviously, they've measured the proper lengths out, put the correct bands in. But they must only be using one bit of coax, mustn't they, to bring it back to the house? How do you combine multiple pieces of different length pieces of wire to a single piece of coax to bring it back to the house? Because obviously if you connect different lengths of wire, then the capacitance of each different length is going to interfere with the tuning of others. So if you have a piece of wire for 80 metre band and then one for the 25 metre band or whatever, if you connect them to the single piece of coax to bring it back to the house, that's going to act as one antenna, isn't it? So your measurements are going to be all the way off. I've always wondered that, because that skanking out there, that scanner antenna out there has got multiple different lengths of wiring, but only one piece of coax to bring it in. And I always, obviously there's got to be some calculations, hasn't there, how is it inductance and capacitors of each individual BC Y is going to affect it, isn't it? So I suppose they must overcompensate. I don't know. There's Noah 19 coming back. Not until the morning now. The antenna works are fucking... And you know what? The thing is, I did training in antenna work and stuff as in the Navy. I've got books of it out in the garage. It's something called a Q point or something. Q factor. That's it. Because obviously, it was part of my Navy training when I transferred over to become a weapon engineer. Yeah, I know. Yeah, SWR obviously is bad for the transmit, isn't it? It's not so much for the reception. Get away with quite a lot on reception, but if you're intended on transmitting, it has to be an exact science, doesn't it? For transmit antennas, or you have a bad time. From what I can gather, you can do a lot of damage if the antenna cable, if the antenna's not set right and you blast a load of wattage through it, can blow shit up. Oh, hello. I don't think I'll be on at 23:29, but how close is that getting? Oh, that'd be a good pass as well. I've seen the fucking... Oh, barely was on the pass. There we go. Q Factor's resonance. I knew stuff. See? Just need to training. I need to do some more training. It'll come back to me. See, that's why I did 22.5 meter antenna, because I did a lot of research online. Because my first speaker wire antenna, Mark 1, was only about 15 meters. It went to the house to the tree. And that weren't that great. Mark 2, same length, but at different end by the tree. I modified the end by the tree. Again, didn't do much. Mark 3 worked quite well. That would have been about 18 meters or so long. So that went down and then across the garden in L-shaped. And then I started going a bit bonkers. And then fucking stringing it back up to the house. Yeah. Don't surprise me. It's a lot of mathematics if you want to do shit properly. Not my school of fuck it, slap it up, and if it works, isn't it? Yeah, this is the kid who fucking got 240 volt electric shocks off plugs because I used to fucking dismantle shit as a kid. Alright, let's get this guy's frequency.
Signal there for 80 watts on the bifold. I'm using a little bit more. I'm running 900 watts into the sloping inverted V here.
He's using 80 and he's using 900.
So we had a contest which was the ARL, the CW contest. And during that contest I hardly experienced very, very good propagation. Hotel Bravo 9, Charlie Victor Queen.
That must be where that guy is. Yeah, this guy, 3775, same guy, pretty much lives on this frequency at this time of night.
CQ, here is Hotel Bravo 9, Charlie, Victor, Quebec. Hotel Bravo
Oh no,
9,
this is a different guy.
Victoria, Quebec. Henry, Boston 9, Canada, Victor, Queen.
Golf 0, Whiskey X-Ray, Japan.
There's a station ending Oscar Whiskey. What is your full call? Oscar Zulu 7, Oscar Whiskey, Ole in Aarhus.
Ah.
Yeah, Oscar Zulu 7, Oscar Whiskey, Ole, you're 59 over here, Roger.
Fucking hell. Fuck. That is the size of his fucking house.
Yeah, old copied fine here from previous QSOs, very nice. Thank
Jesus
you very much.
Christ. I mean, imagine being a neighbour and looking up at that fucking beast. We wouldn't get planning permission for that shit over here.
Inverted V, which in the center is 24 meter high. 73 and bye-bye. Good evening.
It's fucking enormous. I've seen some of the American guys, some of their fucking antennas, because they've got an entire wilderness as their back garden, and they don't have the same kind of planning laws as we do unless they live in a homeowners association. Because some of the antennas you've seen on the American guys is fucking nothing short of like, holy shit. Even the BBC don't have antennas like that. Fuck me.
Yeah, I certainly have. I can't miss your signal on the waterfall landing. But good evening to you. Name here is Pete, Papa Echo Tango Echo, and I'm on the Isle of Wight. Over.
Oh, I've heard this guy before, the Isle of Wight guy. I'm sure I have.
Name here, okay? The Isle of Wight. Right. Yep. Here we go. I'm not a fast typer here, but I made the logbook faster than the previous times. It was a funny thing, so I'm using here SwiftLog, which you can download for free. It's a nice program. They improved enormously over the last decade or so, because somebody's continued their work from in Spain, and I always had problems that it took very, very long to log. I'm not using this thing for logging in a contest. I have N1MM plus for that, and I started wondering, why does it take so long? And I started reading the manual. Well, that's always something you should do.
No wonder I'm picking him up as well as I am.
Done that. So basically I came across the fact I had so many inquiries there activated. So basically they all slowed down because they had to go over the database and I started searching, and I have absolutely no interest in all these things. So I took off these little ticks. All of a sudden the program got...
The fact I've had to turn my RF gain down though goes to show.
I'm the only one that I've followed the software then. Yeah, I'm using a new log as well. I've been using it for about 2 weeks now.
The Isle of Wight guy's coming in quite strong as well, actually.
It's written by G5 STU. Very impressed with it.
Oh, damn it, that's a cool sign I want. G5 SDU.
I haven't got to go off to QRZ, I haven't got to go off to Grey Line Maps or Maps. It's all in one place. It's very good so far, so good anyway. And you can see who else is on the air, who's using the software, and it's a bit like Facebook for radio hams, I guess.
Facebook for radio nerds.
I'm getting on with it now, and I'm starting to understand what.
Go on, give me a call sign, Isle of Wight guy. I think I've heard you before.
It's not very often I say I'm impressed with software, but this has made a big difference to the way that I do my radio operating anyway. And enjoying seeing where you come on the leaderboard each day to see how many QSOs you've had compared with other people.
Oh, weird, because, yeah, you're closer to the Isle of Wight than I am. Obviously, where did you say you're from? Watford, isn't it?
Wish you a very good night and enjoy your DX. I'm sure there's some around.
Thought he's been in good shape again. Some big pilot for the JAs.
And I did hear the Philippines in there at one moment, but just the pilot was just colossal. And I give up. I've gone past all that now.
Yeah, so you...
HB9 CDQ at G0WXJ.
Yeah, Roger, fine there. HB9 CBQ returning. I'm not sure I want to engage in DXing tonight here.
Yeah, I think I've seen this guy's set up before. Yeah, I remember seeing the boats. I think Johnny saw it, didn't you? Because he said, oh yeah, this guy's got boats. Nice. I think we've seen this one before, haven't we, Johnny? He's got quite a modest setup, actually. Yeah, it's got to be, hasn't it? As I said, I'm really lucky. Apart from those noise spikes, from about the 20 metre band upwards, I'm really lucky.
Two things are necessary for that. First of all, you need to be having reasonable propagation, and obviously we did have that.
I mean, that's a fucking... I bet that's a very expensive piece of equipment, that one there. The waterfall display.
Still had some good runs, so it's nothing. I sent it in as a check log.
Don't know where his antenna is then, because...
In ranking, and then I worked 18 hours in total. The whole thing is 48 hours, and in those 18 hours I had, well, somewhere around 1,800 QSOs.
Yeah, it's nice kit. It's nice and modest though. Some of the guys have massive Radio Shacks. Absolutely fucking enormous. They're like more radios than fucking Radio Shack themselves. But that is just a nice modest little setup, that. By comparison. Don't get me wrong, it's probably all top of the range equipment, but it is nice. See, I'm currently sat with an SDR Play RSP-1A receiver, a Lenovo Legion gaming laptop, and then the stream is running off a just a cheap gaming PC that I bought. Well, I say gaming, it was an i3 with a GTX 1650 just to encode the stream, and that's what runs the decoder apps that you're seeing, which are not currently doing much.
What was the one? I think the worldwide SSD was one, and the other one, it will come to me in a minute.
I think it may have been...
I do feel like a bit of a nerd myself, because I've got my little fucking monitor backlights. I've got like some bias lighting behind the monitor that reflects off the wall to give me the camera light. I like having the room in darkness, because again it reminds me of being down the submarine, because you know the submarine, as you saw in them photos, was quite a dark place, literally just basking the glow of the screens. That's how I like to operate. Don't like it when it's too bright.
But that was good, and I think we came...
Just out of curiosity, let's see how well we can pick this geezer up on the Scan King.
I think we were like 40th or... No, 33rd.
Isle of Wight guy's still coming in quite strong on the Scan King. But he is fading.
Well, can I get a 160 antenna?
I mean, speaker wire is the king of antennas for down this one.
In the garden.
Yeah, no, it's they do have a night and day cycle, but usually at periscope depth. If it's if you're at cruising depth, it's pretty much white lighting all the way through. But if you're in periscope depth, obviously we go to red lighting. Basically, for us on a attack submarine, it's 6 hours on, 6 hours off. That is pretty much it. Your first watch, your second watch. First watch, I think, is 7 until 1, and then second watch is 1 until 7. And on a small attack submarine, you had something called hot bunking, So basically, you'd go and wake your companion up. They'd get out of bed. You'd whip their bedding off, put your bedding on, and get in to the nice warm bed, which was a bit grim, but you get used to it.
Okay, Pete, just to finish up here, wrap up. HB9 CVQ, well, in my very active contest times,
But there was, at depth, there was still a bit of a day and night cycle, because obviously the chefs and stuff still made food and stuff for... So you basically had, obviously, your 3 meals, which were all on shift watch time: breakfast, lunch, tea, or dinner, whichever you call your evening meal. So for me, it's breakfast, dinner, tea. Depending on where you are in the country, it's breakfast, lunch, dinner, or something like that. But either way, you had your 3 meals. And then on the nighttime handover, so the 1 AM handover, quite often the chefs were baking fresh bread. Especially on the nuclear deterrent boats, so HMS Vigilant, you'd go down there and you'd fucking hack off a great big fucking doorstop wedge. I'd hack off a great big doorstop wedge of fucking bread off the end of the bread, slather it with butter and fucking Marmite so it was all fucking melting in. Fucking eat that and then get my fart. Fucking brilliant. That was eerie though. When you think about it, we're on a nuclear deterrent patrol. The beds were in between the missile tubes. So it was eerie. Just imagine this eerie sleeping next to so much death and destruction. You know, you're going to bed near something that can destroy not just a single city, but multiple cities with multiple independent re-entry vehicles. You know, one missile, I don't know how many warheads they've got. I think they're about 10, 20 warheads. But on a attack boat, you also, if you weren't part of the crew fully, or you were new and they didn't have enough beds for you, you'd go sleep down in the bomb shop. So for a few tours, I actually slept next to the torpedoes. My bunkmate was a spearfish torpedo.
And that took a lot of computation time. HB9 CVQ, thank you, and 73.
Yeah, and a bit of processing power to boot. Take care. Cheerio.
Yep. Read the special manual. Henry Baker 9, Charlie Victor Queen, calling CQ.
Oh, I just want to say, oh, I'm so happy. You're great signal there. I gave it back to Hunter there. I'm sure there's a few more take it.
Yeah, and he doesn't use a new amplifier. He's still using his old one.
No.
Tell me, what is, Mark, what is your new...
Luckily, we've never had to fire. Luckily, I've never been on a boat that's fired them. I never got any medals when I was in. If I'd have stayed in a little bit longer, our boat, the boat I was on, HMS Torbay, did eventually get upgraded to fire Tomahawk land attack missiles, and I think they went and fired a few down at Libya. And I would have got a medal for that if I'd have stayed in, but I left before that when that happened. I left in 09. When did we fuck off Colonel Gaddafi? Was that... When did old Colonel Gaddafi to go? I remember now.
May you tell us what the tube is, guys?
Yes, it's 3CS 10,000.
A spell.
Oh, that is so much. So, you must have a factory in the back end.
2011, there you go. We fucked him off in 2011, old Gaddafi. So, yeah. Oh, Das Boot's one of the best movies. I also really like K-19, The Widowmaker. Didn't do that well at the cinema, but I really enjoyed K-19. Do you want me to tell you the fucking freaky thing as well about that one? So you know Harrison Ford played the captain in the end. Let me just find it. Widowmaker, no. So you obviously Harrison Ford there. Soviet submarine K-19. I don't know. It weren't called the Widowmaker. They nicknamed it Hiroshima instead. Right, where are we? How much does the original captain of K-19 look like fucking Harrison Ford? You couldn't have fucking got a fucking actor that looked closer to the fucking real captain if you fucking tried. I mean, literally, give him a fucking cowboy hat, that's Indiana Jones. Isn't it? Trying to place that accent. This is Herman the German. Don't talk to me about fucking power supplies. The SDR play is meant to have an inbuilt bias T, which supplies, supposed to supply 4.7 volts, 100 milliamp hours. So I got my little low noise amplifier. I specifically chose one I knew would work. It was the New Elect Lana, and that takes 3.3 to 5.5 volts, and it draws 50 to 80 milliamp hours. The bias T on the SDR play kept tripping out. I was like, you fucking kidding me? Yeah, it kept tripping. I was like, bollocks. So, and it turns out it isn't mine just being faulty. I had another look on Amazon at the different version of the New Elect Lana. I've got the one in a little metal case. They actually sell it without a metal case. And someone said they couldn't get the power via the RSP1A either. I was like, oh, there we go, that explains it. So I've had to buy a fucking little inline bias D injector, which is then powered via USB. But I've had to also be selective on what USB port I plug it into, because otherwise I get a bit of noise down at the fucking near the time signal. It doesn't seem to affect the rest of the band, but because I knew there was noise there, I was like, you know what, I'm gonna figure out a good USB port to put it in. So, so it's not now plugged into the laptop, it's plugged into a docking station, which gets plugged into my wife's laptop when she's working. But it gets constant power. Yeah, well, it's being used now with an external PSU. So basically, there's a USB-C dock on the desk that basically just lives there, and it's got permanent power attached to it. So if it's plugged into that, I don't get any noise spikes. It's only minor anyway. It doesn't seem to affect anything, but it's just frustrating that it was there. But yeah, it was just annoying. It pissed me right off that the LNA wouldn't power via the RSP1A anyway, because it should have done. I read all the specs on it. That'll work. And yeah, just wouldn't fucking... I'm glad I tested it in the house before I fucking went and put it on the mast, because that would have been a fucking ball ache, wouldn't it?
And certainly with the P network and the additional LC component, all that,
I wonder if we can get some of the Americans up on a 20-metre band. Probably not, actually, because the higher the frequency, the poorer the signal, isn't it, at this time of night? That's pretty faint, that was. The 80-metre band, that's where it's all at. You know what, let's try and see if we can get some CW to decode. Okay, I have a bit of hit or miss luck with that. Am I on the frequency or am I just off it? Right, here we go. Yeah, I thought that, but then I tried it into the USB-C power delivery port of the computer, so... Yeah, and it still didn't do it. Either way, I've got it sorted now, but yeah, it just pissed me off I had to use an external power supply for it. Oh, turn the squelch down. Oh, oh! I see English words. Oh, oh! Nice QSO. Got some English on the CW. That's nice. That's nice. Although it's DJ9RT. I suspect that's a German. I find quite a lot of Germans on CW. DJ9RT. That sounds like a German call sign. Yeah, that's that dude. Can't put your name, so you're now Herman. His frequency is... The other one's frequency is slightly off. Uh-oh. Faded. Oh god, there's more fucking CW coming in right next to it. So it looks like DJ9RT is quite strong. Never forget one of the first times I did fucking... I was using the web SDR in Holland and I was starting to... I decoded a proper Morse code conversation with Dr. Eric. I was like, God, I can understand shit. I got well excited. Oh, no. The fact is, people know this shit off the top of their head. I'm having to use a computer app to decode it. Someone could just sit here with headphones on and be like, I know exactly what the fuck they're saying, and it blows my mind. See, because the computer tries, but it doesn't compensate. It's not as good if you've got someone transmitting irregularly, trying to remember the next letter, if that makes sense. Or what's the code for this one? And they sort of slow down and speed up. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't compensate for that quite as well. I know. Obviously, back in the day, it was a real skill. You used to pay loads by all accounts, from what I can gather. It was quite a high-paying job. Because to send a message, you used to have to pay by word, didn't you? I think there's quite a bit of CW down here, look. Yeah, that's not making any sense, is there? There's some more CW down here, or is that people speaking? There's people... No, that's talking. There's people who will recognise what the waterfall looks like, and goes, alright, that's voice, that's RTTY, that's Morse code. People can just look at this and be like, I know exactly how to do that. Like they know what the SSTV signals look like and stuff.
Aber dass der da jedes Jahr kommt, macht ein Theater und steckt sich das Geld in die Tasche.
Oh crap, I know what's happened there.
Für die Rundleitung und für die tolle Runde heute Abend.
Couple of Germans there. The 80-meter band seems to be where it lights up like Christmas tree at night. I suspect that's a DRM radio station or a military data broadcast.
Good evening to your brothers.
Ja, hallo.
Yeah, see you later, Dave. Thank you so much. And DK
18. Oh, it's easy, pal. Might be able to decode something off this. Give me a second. I've tried this as well a few times. Yeah, no sound out. This is TV. If I can get this working, I think the signal might be too weak though. Question is, am I in the right sideband for this? Am I on the right frequency? Yes, look, there you go. Time. IO, time. Ah, they're not broadcasting it anymore. Bollocks. Always when I get on there, they always stop broadcasting it. Here we go. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ah, I need more signal out of it. .3746 lower sideband. Actually, let me try upper sideband first. Yeah, I think it's lower. Yeah. Right, so remember... Yeah, this is photo transmission, that is. I'll get a bit more gain on that. There, look, time. We're getting something. Right, 3746 lower sideband. Give me a second. Uno has Connect hasn't got the what's it called in it? The noise reduction. Was it 3749? Wasn't it? Was it 37? It was 3749, I think. Right, lower sideband. 3746. There we go, got it. I'm almost certain this is some kind of TV broadcast. Yeah, look, Easy Pal, use... Oh, that's 3736. 37... No. Could be Easy Pal, that's what I think it is. I don't think it's strong enough to be able to pick anything up off it. no, they stopped it. Del boy. Fucking Del boy. There's definitely something coming in on this. This has got to be an easy PAL. It has to be. What it sounds like. I've never had much luck decoding one of these live. The fuck was that? Ah, they're not going to broadcast anymore. Come on. I know you want to. What's this? Nope, nothing. No.
Relatively cheap procedure, and therefore, for example, a huge success that Icon 7300 introduced. Well, that was breaking away from the huge flagships, which they were not able to sell in quantities. At the same moment, they sold a huge amount of boxes there. Icon 7000.
Oh, is that now coming in again? Bloody is, isn't it? Something's there on 37, 36. Keep missing it though. Ah, I think that might be one of those sea radars. Odar, is it, or something? Easy PAL, Easy PAL, Easy PAL Europe, cool, Easy PAL. Yeah, it's too quick to be broadcast to be Easy PAL. Easy PAL takes a few seconds to bring something in.
From PA0 Golf Mike Whiskey, a very good, what is it? Yeah, just evening for you. Thanks for calling. Good signal. I give you an accurate report to the next over. My name is Paul, Papa Alpha Uniform Lima, and I'm located north of Amsterdam, 40 kilometers due north of Amsterdam. Back over to you, Whiskey 4, Charlie Brazil, Sugar, PA0 Golf, and Mike Whiskey.
He said he was in Amsterdam. Unless, wait a minute, unless the other guy's in... That guy. Yeah, there's a second person. I can't hear him very well. He's there. There's a very faint presence.
Yeah, beautiful copy, Tom. From the central part of Florida. Thanks for the 5 and 8. You peaking 5829. 5829. I can switch the antenna a little bit more to the west because Florida is on the edge. I'm beaming straight northwest now, so into the more northern part of the U.S. Let me switch west. So I'm switching west now. You're on the edge between the two directions. Do you see any difference, Tom?
I don't see any difference, mate. You're already too fucking loud and clear, mate.
No. I'm actually not that very active. Not that very active, so occasionally on 80 meters. In the past, in the 2010, 2005, all that area, and in the 70s, I've been on 80 meters.
I have a feeling I'm getting tired. And 80 meters is looking really busy tonight. Yeah, it's been great. It's been, I tell you what, it's been nice having a load of people to chat to. Normally my streams are a bit on the old quiet side, so that's what I do it for. I just, you know, I do it to come and hang out and chat, you know what I mean? It's been great, you know, having a good old chat, and it's been nice that people have been here for as long as I have, because you've been here a good couple of hours now, haven't you, Ian? And Johnny, you've been here probably about another hour, haven't you? Obviously, Johnny's been a new regular to these SDR streams, so it's been quite nice. Couldn't get the satellite earlier, which is a shame, but, you know, it is what it is. I think I'm going to go in a minute, so just for shits and giggles, we'll load up the ADSB plugin, see how many aeroplanes we get. And then I think I might call it a night. So we get, like, on speaker wire antenna, we are getting, what's that, 2? 3? Here we go, how close are they? Oh, look at that. 3 aeroplanes, cargo planes. So if I now do skanking, yeah, that's cool, man. I appreciate it. As it's been quality, just hanging out and chatting with people, reminiscing about my old sonar days. Ah, dear. See, you know, skanking's picking them up. Tell you what, I'm getting loads to the south. I don't normally get that many to the south. Not picking many up to the north, which is odd. Oh well. What's the nautical miles at the moment? 153. There you go, Johnny. If you remember before, I told you when I got the antenna switch box, didn't I? That it knocked out my ADSB. It reduced the range on it a little bit. As I told you, didn't I? I was going to get a low noise amplifier on payday. Well, I ordered one on payday. And that's down at the bottom of the Scan King now. So I can get, with the Scan King, with the low noise amplifier, I can get around about 170 nautical miles. I can get them just as they're coming in over Calais. And sometimes as they go enough up past Newcastle upon Tyne. But because my house gets in the way, southwest is pretty blind. But yeah, the low noise amplifier worked quite well. I'm still not been able to get a fucking proper lock on Noah. I'm gutted. Well, because we had a good pass at 8:15 this evening. We had a good pass on Noah 19. Literally, it was to the east of my house over Britain. I was like, this is going to be the one. This is going to be the one I'm going to get. The NOAA website, the satellite tracking website said, yes, it's going to be a good visible pass. I was like, there we go. It's not an excellent visible pass, but good visible pass. That should be enough. Yeah, no, it didn't happen. I was gutted. I was like, oh, come on. I've given it the best setup I can. I can't do any better than this. You know, little short of going up and mounting specific antennas on top of my roof. As I said, which the wife would rip my nuts off for. As I said, my Scan King up in the tree, I think she tolerates because it's not that big. As I said, I've shown you this picture before, but, you know, and you haven't seen this one though yet, Ian. There's when I was working the other week, there's a geezer in Northampton who pretty much has an antenna farm in his little house. He's got a tiny little fucking end terrace house, you know, and he's got fucking loads of antennas. I joked to the wife, I said, and you think my Scan King up in the tree is bad? Look at this fucking rig. And my wife went, I'd fucking kill you. I'd cry if you did that to our house. I went, I wouldn't do that to our house. I'm not that bad. Scan King in a tree and a speaker wire antenna going around it. That's enough for me for now. I said that for shits and giggles, I may fucking change the string in the washing line to the old fucking speaker wire instead. But yeah, it is. There's loads of antennas. See, he's got like the TV antenna, Sky Dish, and then. But as I said, I spoke to the woman, his wife, and she said he's only into CB. I was like, really? You need that many antennas for CB? And she was like, oh yeah, he takes them on holiday and he's had contacts from all over. I was like, really, on CB? And yeah, well, I've gone onto the CB band and I'm not that far away from where I took that photo. I should be able to hear something on CB if this geezer was genuinely on CB. And yeah, he's not. Because I can't find him a fucking tool. And if he's got that many antennas, you're going to imagine that guy lives on the fucking radio. So, you know. But yeah, as I said, CB, I've not found anything on that well, I've not found anything at all on the CB. So yeah, which is a shame. Hey look, got the airplane going over the top of the Isle of Wight. Is that Isle of Wight? Yeah, it is. There you go. Where we're in that geezer coming through. Anyway, so thanks guys for coming out and hanging out. Ian, Johnny, Skaz, Andy, I saw you pop up and say hello a little bit further up. Thanks for coming and watching. It's been great. I tell you what, I've been streaming for nearly 5 hours. I wasn't expecting to do it that long. So, yeah, it's been fucking awesome. I've enjoyed chatting and hanging out with you guys. And I'll try and get on again. Well, I'm on annual leave this week, so I'll try and get on a bit more this week. And then at some point, as I said, I'm planning to do, when the weather warms up a bit and stuff, I have got all the equipment to take the SDR out of the house with me. I could just charge up the MacBook and do that. But I think it's a bit cumbersome. I have got a big 3-meter antenna that magnetic mounts to the top of the car, but I think it's a bit excessive. So eventually, at some point, when I've got the dollar, I'm going to get a Malahite DSP2 and I'll take it on the road as well and see what we'll pick up here, there and everywhere. But yeah. But for this week, we'll, you know, for the foreseeable future, we'll be in the house. But yeah. So anyway, thanks for coming along and watching, and I'll catch you guys on the next one, which will hopefully be tomorrow night.